And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome to Starbase, Texas, where a fully stacked Starship, as you can see, is sitting on the pad, and we expect we'll be conducting some sort of propellant load testing today, as evidenced by the tank farm spooling up on the right side of your screen. I'm Jack Beyer for NSF. We are an independent news media organization of crazy dedicated individuals and journalists hoping to get everybody excited about the future of spaceflight, which you're looking at right now, standing there before your eyes. So I hope you're all as excited as we are. This will be, hopefully, one of, if not the final tests before the entire stack is good and checked out and ready to go for flight. So a lot to talk about today. Hopefully we see some frosty tanks, so all of you veteran tank watchers out there are in for a treat. Luckily, it's not just me today, also joined by some actually smart people, starting off with Mr. Adrian Beal. Adrian, how you doing?
Actual smart people, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to talk finally Starship again and talk about the full stack. It feels like ages. I don't know. I know it's not that long in rocket terms, but it felt like ages since we got the last full stack testing, the last
Right.
like this view right now here. And I'm absolutely excited for the next whatever hours it might be, because let's be real, there's a lot of unknowns on today's test, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be exciting.
This could be a long one. We don't know. The road closure today goes till 8 p.m., so we hope you have snacks and a drink of choice ready to go, because we don't have timelines from SpaceX on this. Also, Adrian, I said your last name wrong. It's Adrian Beal. I don't know why I said Beal. I know it's Beal. I'm sorry.
I mean, we just know each other for a few weeks now, right?
Also, someone who I've just met and only have known for a few weeks, Alex, is also on stream today. What's up, Alex?
Yeah, I'm just here just to compensate the smartness, right? Just to bring down a little bit that. But anyways, yeah. I was trying to make a joke there, but it didn't land very well. I guess it was a bit like SN8, right? Anyways, yeah, we're just essentially here, just waiting to see that full stack testing, right? What do you expect today? Like, because
that's what I was going to ask you, because you so often like to track the marine safety information bulletins and the NOTAMs and the NOTMARs and all that good stuff. But I don't think there's a marine safety information bulletin today, right? Is there? Oh yeah. Also, Jay's operating the stream. Boo, Alex! You messed up the flow. Jay's operating the stream. Jay's good. All right.
Hey,
Now what's going on with the marine safety information bulletin?
No, yeah, that's a great question. Like that was one of the things that I was thinking, right? Because it's like we're supposed to see some full stack testing because the tank farm is going. Like you can see there some venting popping off from the pop vent, right? But yeah, it's like we see venting from the tank farm. They have closed the road, of course. So we're expecting some testing today. There's a closure going all the way to 8 p.m. So what is going on? Well, as you were mentioning, we don't have the usual signs for a full wet dress rehearsal, essentially going through the entire tanking sequence and everything. So the least that we can expect is some kind of partial testing, tanking, of the full stack. We don't really know how much they're gonna get. They could also fully fill the entire stack, but instead of using methane, maybe use nitrogen instead of the methane, and sort of mimic what the methane will do. In which case, they wouldn't need to evacuate the village, for example, or Starbase in general, because when they do a wet dress rehearsal, when they fully fuel the rocket, they not just only evacuate the village, but also they evacuate the production sites, etc., etc. Because it's a danger for everybody, regardless of whether you are just a resident or you are a SpaceX employee. Explosions, they are very equalizing, I guess, for
Right.
everybody.
Right.
So it's a thing that you have to evacuate everybody in the area. And so we have not had that kind of notice sent out. We have not seen anybody leaving. I mean, maybe someone that has changed the shift, for example, in the morning, right? But we
Right.
haven't really seen that kind of thing. And so we're not expecting a full wet dress rehearsal, full tanking of the vehicle, unless, again, they use nitrogen, for example, in which case they could do that.
Interesting. So some kind of propellant loading test, not fully filling the vehicle, because that would require an evac and other various notices and preparations. So interesting. We'll just have to wait and see what happens today. All of this condensation that you're seeing right now is indicative of the tank farm and ground support equipment chilling down, whereas the Pope vent, which is actually not in frame in this particular shot. Oh, it is in frame. It's behind the booster. That sort of vertical vent is different. What are we looking at, Alex? I mean, do we know what the Pope vent does or means? Is it like the recondenser used to be on the suborbital pads?
I mean, it's essentially part of the whole process of when you start the tank farm. One of the things that you need to do is flow some of especially the liquid oxygen and liquid methane through. There's the storage tanks, and then you have the subcoolers, right? The subcoolers are essentially the things that subcool the propellants before going into the rocket. And so there's like these 3 different locations. And one of the things that you need to do is, obviously, as you cool down certain parts of the tank farm, you need a way to be able to, for example, the methane will heat up. So you'll need to recapture that because it'll turn into a gas. So you'll probably need to recapture that. There's a whole recondensing system and everything that we also see activate when, the tank farm is active. And then there's also the oxygen side of things, which is pretty much the same, where you heat up, you cool down the system, which in turn heats up the oxygen itself. And so, you have to recirculate that back. And so the Pope vent is part of all that system. I believe it's for the oxygen side of things, where you get essentially nitrogen venting because you're recapturing part of that back onto the tank farm. Again, like this is a whole, probably its whole video to explain it. But that's like the short version of it.
All right. Well, thank you.
So when we see it venting, we know that there's some of this process going on. Sometimes it doesn't need to be that the tank farm is spooling up or anything. Sometimes it's just because they need to recondense some of it back or something like that. It tends to happen, especially when they are refilling the tank farm and things like that. Sometimes you see the Pope vent active, for example. But for today, of course, we're expecting it to fully wake up and fully spool up because the road is closed.
Speaking of the road closed, we should take a look at where the roadblock is periodically, because that also might be an indicator of how SpaceX is approaching this test. So we'll keep our eyes on that here in a bit shortly. But at first, I do want to reiterate that if y'all have any questions about what's going on, feel free to ask them in chat. I'm watching chat go by right now. What's up, everybody? But you can also type at NASASpaceflight into chat, and your question will pop up in some lovely software we have running in the background. Right off the bat, Florida Man great name, is asking, when do you think prop loading will start? Any indications yet? Adrian?
It's gonna be interesting because we once again, of course, had some modifications between flights, and this has been a bit of a time. We don't even have the OLM vent yet, so the first thing we will probably see is a chill down of pad systems, which the usual flow is it goes from the tank farm to the pad systems. That's the first steps, and then after that is also chill down. Then we are getting into like the time where we will see vehicle tanking. It's I don't want to be like totally negative here, but I think of like more than an hour for sure. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I would say like roughly closer to noon, like 11:30 to noon, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, normally, so again, as you were mentioning, they have changed a lot of things in between, since Flight 4, they have changed some of the tanks. The recondenser has been moved. We also don't have, or at least we haven't seen the vent for the recondenser pop up anywhere. So, at least back in the day when everything was the way that it was for Flight 4, when the Pope vent came up, it used to be about 4.5 hours until the T0, because you can imagine there being some kind of simulated T0, because if you're doing a wet dress rehearsal, you're doing a rehearsal of a launch, right? You have to shoot for a simulated T0, right? As if you were launching at a certain T0, and then you count down and you go through all the procedures in that countdown leading up to that T0. So, in that sequence, usually the Pope vent was about 4 to 4.5 hours prior to that T0. Usually the propellant load sequence will start about T minus 50 minutes. So it was about 3 hours more or less, 3 hours, 2.5 hours since Pope vent to the point of propellant load starting. So I'm going to be frank with you. I have not tracked when the Pope vent started, but if you all have the time, just add like 3 hours or so, and you've got probably the time of the start of propellant load. That's a very rough estimate, though. As I was saying, it varied a lot. There's going to be a lot of different steps in the count, especially when we get into the OLM vent, which we'll explain later, and the tower vent and everything. There's many other vents that happen later in the count that will give us a better, indication of when that simulated T0 will happen.
Good deal. So, chat, if you know when the Pope vent started, put it in chat. And Ryan Weber in our back channel has already beat you. It started at 9:33. Alex, thanks, Webby.
So potentially a T0, maybe, I don't know, like 2 p.m. or something like that.
All right.
1 p.m. in between. Again,
I did
it's
say
a very rough estimate.
I did tell everybody to strap in, and I hope that they had snacks and drinks. So
Yeah,
we
see, that's my
warned them.
problem. I don't have that.
We warned them. All right, we'll go get snacks. I will thank some people really quick, and we will get into questions. Really quick, Flippers gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Matt's gifting 10. RC Horseman gifting 5. Cyber Guru Gaming becoming a Capcom member. Event Dudes gifting a Red Team membership. Whole bunch of people gifting memberships, which you always love to see. Be sure to thank someone, whoever gifted you your particular membership, if your name suddenly turns green in chat and you find yourself with access to the members only emoji. Like, I am going to spam a bunch of raptors right now because I'm a member and I can. Ricardo, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Pacific Northwest, UT, thanks for gifting 5. Chris W gifting 1. Like I said, a lot of people gifting memberships. Thank you so much. David Wadsworth upgrading to Red Team. Wilbo Baggins gifting 1. Jacques gifting 1. Fantastic. RC Horseman gifting another. And Dominic becoming a Padrat member. Amazing. We also have a super chat here from someone named Max Evans.
Don't know that person. Yeah, I've never heard that name.
They're asking you to say Stubby Squirrel, Adrian.
Who's that?
Stubby Skirl.
That was pretty close. Good job.
Yeah, I'm starting to practice it because people are starting to use that a tad too often now, and I'm
What would you rather? People ask you to say squirrel on stream, or people DM you spiders?
first one any day. I'm not scared of the things that climb on trees. Well,
Okay.
technically both animals, I guess, can climb on trees. You get the thing.
Yes, I get the thing. Thank you, Adrian. Steve Park is asking. I'm sorry, but I'm really not. Steve Park is asking. I wonder if SpaceX has to have the FAA on site when doing a wet dress rehearsal. Alex, do we know anything about requirements to have like an FAA rep on site when they're doing a WDR?
I'm not sure if it is a requirement, but I can imagine it, being sort of like a nice thing to do that they sometimes do. Like I've heard at least in the past that people from NASA get invited to these big tests and things like that. Although, they're stopping to become important tests, if you will, right? Like we're on the fifth flight, a wet dress on the fifth flight now. It's like, yeah, okay, well, this is just a routine test, right? It's sort of like a cryo. Maybe 5 years ago, a cryo was important because they were still trying to figure out the Starship, could hold to a cryogenic test on the pad. But now it's like, yeah, well, whatever. They all pass that, and if there's some kind of issue, they just fix it quickly and they move on. So I have no idea. That's a long answer, I know, as usual, but just to say that I have no idea. Maybe, probably, but
All right.
likely not a requirement.
Yeah,
for
makes
at
sense.
least the wet dress rehearsal.
Maybe a good idea, just to be like, hey, look, come look, we're really ready.
We know at least that when they tested things like when they test the water deluge system, they said that the TCQ was there and things like that. So maybe for this they also invited the FA. Who knows, right? Like we really don't have those kind of details, of course.
Yeah, possible. Just a Viking is asking. Sorry if I already answered. Does a partial wet dress rehearsal include methane? It could, right, Adrian?
Yeah. Usually when we say so, there's two ways how they have in the past performed these non-wet dress rehearsal, but kind of big full stack tests. There's one approach where they fill it up, but basically fill up the methane tank with nitrogen. And then there's a part where they don't go all the way with the full load, because of course, a very easy way to mitigate risk is to not, have that many explosives, right? It's a very easy way of reducing your blast radius and everything if you include less methane. So I think the overall expectation for this test is that they will load methane, because we have also seen some activities on the methane side, and it's most likely methane. It's most likely methane and liquid oxygen, just not all the way up to the top, but more proof load, more maybe like something that doesn't require like a full evacuation and a full notice of everything, but more a bit of getting into the flow here.
Yeah, makes sense. Relox is asking, is there a chance that Flight 5 becomes earlier than late November somehow? We had this question the other day on the Flame Trench. Someone asked if the FAA could prepone instead of postpone, and the word prepone broke all of our brains, especially mine. It's still bouncing around in there, as you can see. So yeah, I don't know, Alex. We'll go around the horn on this one. Alex, go first. Do you think there's any chance that the flight is preponed instead of postponed?
As I answered on the Flame Trench, I have the inkling that when the FAA said, you have this time, is because of one of these. There's like parts of a license where there's like a requirement for the operator to notify the FAA of something like 60 days in advance at the very least. So I can see that, because most of the time, especially for environmental things and things like that, when things are completed early, you get things early, right? Like it's not like the way around or anything. And we've seen that because they sign these documents when they are finished with them, and and we can see the signed documents once they complete the whole process. They upload them to the website, and we see them, and we can see that they are essentially like, they sign the document, then they modify the license, and it's all like within 2 hours essentially, and then they announce it, right? Like in the same 2 hour, 3 hour period of the day that the license drops, everything is completed on the same day. This, however, again, as I was saying, when they say no earlier than late November, like 60 days, there's usually a lot of processes where the FAA requests operators to, give this kind of information like 60 days in advance and things like that. So it kind of sounds like that case, though, where perhaps they will not be able to prepone, I guess, or whatever the word is, to advance that sort of approval earlier than late November. That's at least my guess. I don't really know. We don't have any information, any deep details into any of this. So unfortunately, this is just a guess, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's always hard to go after Alex because Alex is like it's a very smart answer. I think I would add, this is a very unprecedented situation right now that FAA and SpaceX have with, of course, there's a lot of public interest here. There's a lot of different parties involved. We've seen all kinds of instances here, like commenting on the situation. So I would never say never, and I would always like yes, the FAA could probably technically move it forward if there's a path to it, but I don't think it's likely, and I think we should all prepare for like somewhere around a late November launch. That's just my feeling on this. I feel like if SpaceX pushes for this right now, and like we have seen SpaceX starting to push for they think this is going too slow, I don't think that is a change they want for this flight. They wanna point this out right now as they see it in an issue for this flight, but I don't think they see a move on this flight. They want a more like a precedent and a change going forward. But that's just my feeling on the situation and my feeling on how I would interpret the regulatory situation.
So there was something, because people are talking in the back channel, and there's this thing called landing rails on the chopsticks, which went up while we were answering all those questions, and that's interesting. I mean, it's not like they're going to be catching anything today, of course, but it'll be part of the whole process of getting ready the full stack during a launch. Essentially, this is like a rehearsal kind of thing, where we don't expect it to go all the way down. Again, we were saying that, for that they will need to evacuate and things like that, or they're going to be using nitrogen and things like that. But obviously, it's some kind of rehearsal, right, of the launch countdown. So this could be part of the process. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. The landing rails, if you are not familiar, are these like sort of long, thin, rectangular structures on the inside of each chopstick, and they can raise and lower their position. They're lowered for lifting ops, and they're raised for landing ops. And we can just see that there on this left chopstick. You can also see it on...
What's your favorite chopstick, the left or the right one?
Oh, left one. Left shark, left chopstick, all day long.
Okay, same answer here.
Do you guys remember left shark?
Yes.
Never forget.
I never forget left shark. Legend.
Right shark just got outclassed.
Yeah. Totally couldn't follow.
There, that's a great shot of the landing rails. You can see how they are extended above the chopsticks in this particular shot from our highway cameras.
It's also interesting because you remember how on the previous flights, the chopsticks will go down, right?
Right.
But in recent times, we've seen that now the capture point, because we also thought that at one point that's where the, when they lowered on the tower, we thought that was going to be the catch location, but now it appears that it's going to be all the way up the tower, which is interesting. So that's probably one of the changes as well.
We're
Because it
getting
used to open and lower a little bit, right? But this time it did not lower.
Huh. Interesting. All right, well, we are getting a bunch of really good questions from y'all, so keep them coming. Nikki D wants to know if there's been an overpressure notice. Not that we are aware of.
No, we are lacking a lot of indicators that would tend to a full wet dress rehearsal, as we have alluded before. One of the biggest signs, actually, that it won't be a big wet dress rehearsal will be the road closure point, because if we are talking about a full wet dress rehearsal, they usually move the road closure point back at some point. Usually when they roughly start propellant loading. Right now, the road closure point is, to my knowledge, still at the usual spot, and if that doesn't move, that's most likely not a full wet dress rehearsal, because that would be in a blast radius. So it's kind of another indicator. But again, it really feels more and more like this is like a mini WDR partially tanking test, something in that line.
Yep. Yeah, that would make sense given all the indicators that we can see right now.
Are there more roadworks going on?
Yeah, they're they dug a big
Oh.
trench next to Highway 4 right there, as you can see in the top right. Put up a whole bunch of barriers so people didn't drive into the trench, because you don't want to drive things into trenches. Trust me, I know.
One day there will be a year where Highway 4 is not undergoing work or anything.
There will never be a year.
I may
but
not be alive by then, but sure.
They sort of dug a trench there and then filled it up with what I think is just like asphalt and rock. So just like shoring up the shoulder of the road right there. Because whenever it gets the smallest amount of rain, the soil here in South Texas, it's called caliche or something like that. It is like clay. Like it's just absolute not drivable. Even if you have a good car, you can very, very easily get stuck in this stuff. So it makes sense that they're shoring up the shoulder right there, where a lot of people are turning into or out of the village. More questions. I demand more questions. What? What's so funny?
I'm just.
Oh, Chris, Chris, don't put that in chat. Why do you have to put that in chat? It wasn't the Rio Grande that was driven into. It was just a very large trench that connected the Rio Grande. All right, moving on. Moving on. Schnorks is asking, could they launch on accident to bypass the license? That doesn't sound like an accident to me. And also, didn't they not launch with authorization for SN8, and that was the whole thing? Like, you just don't do that.
Yeah, so with they did it once on the suborbital flights, and that already was a bit sketchy, because while they technically had like partial approval, they didn't get approval for that single day. So it was still they had some wiggle room to talk them out. If they would launch a profile with like of an orbital class without any precautions and without a license, no, they wouldn't. That's the implications of that would be massive, because I mean, it's hard to even put into words how big of a launch violation that would be.
Yeah, and you can only poke the bear so many times. That's, grandstanding, posturing, pressing for change, that's all well and good. But launching without a license can get very... Yeah. I think a lot about... so I'm a commercial drone operator, right? I'm licensed by the FAA to fly a drone commercially. You have to pass tests and everything and like get certified. It's different than if someone just flies a drone and does something illegal, or flies somewhere they shouldn't. If you're commercially certified, the FAA can, and you get in trouble with them, the FAA can straight up ban you for life from flying that drone. They can just say, yep, no, you messed up, too bad. You don't ever get to fly a drone again, at least not commercially. So that's... you just don't want to. You don't want to make the FAA mad.
Yeah,
Just don't do
and,
it.
And also talking about the reckless implications of this. If you think about back when that happened with the suborbital flights and they launched without a go on that day, they still had every single thing in place to launch on that day. They had a proper evacuation. They had a proper exclusion zone. Everything was set up for that. Imagine on a day like this, there's still a rocket going down a path. So they would need to have NOTAMs. They would need to enforce air restrictions. Like, these kind of things are needed for an orbital launch. So they wouldn't. It would not be. That's not just poking the FAA or disagreeing with the FAA. That would just be very, very, very reckless.
Yep. Bill P is asking, do we know where the new flight termination system store is now the shed has gone? So there used to be a shipping container right there where that cloud of condensation is in the bottom sort of middle right of your screen. And that was the storage area for the explosive charges for the flight termination system. That entire container has been removed from the launch site. So do we know where they're storing the FTS charges now? Or maybe the container will make a return? I have no idea. Alex, what thoughts?
I have no idea.
That was an interesting sound. Somebody clip that sound.
Yeah.
I want that to be my ringtone.
Why?
Because it's good. Adrian,
I have no idea.
Any thoughts?
No, but there's a good chance we will get to know it at some point, because as soon as there are explosives present, there usually are signs that say that our explosives are present somewhere. Right. At least that was the case with the container. That literally had signs being like, by the way, explosive present. And that kind of helped to identify that there were explosives there. So I think as soon as there is a flight termination system for the fifth flight, we will get to know it based on the fact that somewhere there will be a sign.
Yep. Good call. Magnum is asking, how can I recognize the vents? For example, what vents are these right now? I'll let Alex take. Oh, no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex.
Well, the ones that are going on from the right-hand side right now, those come from the cryogenics bunker at the orbital tank farm. That's thermal venting. That's part of the whole vaporizer stuff. It's again, we probably need its whole video, separate video. The problem is they keep changing the tank farm. So whenever we see that the tank farm is more or less stable for 5 or 10 flights, we may do that. But for now, you're gonna have to bear with us here and just do the pointing things on live streams. So yeah, there's a bunch of vaporizers on that side of the tank farm. Again, part of this whole process of recondensing some of the stuff from the tank farm, and also they're also used for pressurization of the ground tanks as well. When you essentially put things on the rocket, the ground tanks on the orbital tank farm, they get emptied out. So you need something to fill them up, to pressurize them, to keep integrity. And so you essentially just fill them up with gas of the same. It's sort of like a whole different, very complicated process. But that's essentially that part. And then you have the Pope vent, as we were saying. That's the the one that's sticking out vertically and looks like when they elect a Pope. That's what we call it, the Pope vent, because it's like that. So those are essentially right now the venting that we're seeing. In the future, in a few, hopefully, maybe half an hour or an hour, we'll see that the subcoolers, you can see there that vertical Pope vent to the left. There are a few things that look like kettle boilers kind of thing. Those are the subcoolers.
Between the drill and
exactly.
And there's some more subcoolers over there. On the left. Those are
to the right.
Those are the LOX subcoolers there on the left. The methane subcoolers are on the right. Two sets of subcoolers.
Exactly. There you go. No. I just want the shot to have both subcoolers. There was a point where both subcoolers, set of subcoolers, were there.
That no from Alex also is another potential Alex ringtone produced on the stream.
I'm having fun right now.
Stop backseat operating and let Jay do his thing.
I'm just having fun. But yeah, so you can see essentially to the left, the liquid oxygen subcoolers, to the right, essentially to the left of the Pope vent, but to the right of this camera view, that's the subcoolers for the methane side. And so in the middle, you can see the rig. There's also the pressurization system with the water tanks and whatnot, the vaporizers and all that jazz. So in a few, again, maybe half an hour or an hour from now, those two sets of subcoolers will get a lot colder, will get venti, essentially, because they will be filling up with liquid nitrogen. In the case of the liquid oxygen subcoolers, we can now see, you see that sort of horizontal, very long tube that it's like wrapped in black insulation. In between those pieces of insulation, you can see a little bit of white. That white is not coming from being it painted or anything like it. That's because there's liquid oxygen going through that line, going all the way to the left to the oxygen subcoolers, and so it's getting frosty. And so now we know at the very least that some of that liquid oxygen is going all the way out there to those subcoolers. As they fill up, with liquid nitrogen and everything, those subcoolers, then they'll push liquid oxygen through and go all the way out to the launch pad. That's going to be more venting as well that we're going to see. So yeah, but as I was explaining, right now this is what we're seeing, that Pope vent, the vaporizers and whatnot on the pressurization side of things. And hopefully in 30 minutes to an hour, we're going to see those subcoolers get venting as well.
I have a very important update from our back channel. Trevor Sesnick does not know what a pot sticker is. Expected Trevor L. That means you don't either. That sound means you don't either.
Yeah, Trevor, what an L. Right, Alex? What an L from Trevor.
All right, let's just. Well,
I was not following you. Sorry, because apparently
everybody.
Somebody made a ringtone of me doing the poof.
Oh my god, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I need it in my life.
maybe a British person.
What I also need in my life is the support from all the members, because I really like this job and I like working with all of you. So thank you to Mr. One Wolf for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Max E, again, what's up, Max? Max Evans, our very own, says, oh god, we're live. Hi, y'all. Wilbo Baggins gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Adrian, can you read this next one?
Yeah, sure. Oh god.
You said sure.
Skrill killed Skrill killed Stubby love yes XO.
It does pretty good.
Thank
You're
you.
getting better.
Yeah, you could almost tell that speaking on a stream is kind of my job. So
Dominic, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. RC Horseman gifting 5 more Red Team memberships. Gareth Williams, thank you so much. They say got the bug with gifting, so have this instead. Thank you so much, Gareth. There is that super chat from Max asking Adrian to say Stubby Squirrel. Thank you, Max, for all you do. We love you.
Okay, we really need to stop this Adrian says a silly thing super chat thing trend here, guys.
Oh yeah, because it would be so awful if people started super chatting things that were ridiculous involving you. I mean, I have no idea what that would be like.
Yeah, how's the kilt going?
I don't know. Ask Jay. I suspect he knows. Wilbo Baggins with a super chat. Thank you. They say, we've all been patient, waiting. I believe there's lots to happen soon. Do keep up, NSF. Absolutely.
Something has just hit me.
Was it a spider?
No. You know what? So of course we have talked about that the whole tank farm is gone, right? But it just hit me why it looks so different, because this tank farm is gone, like the whole vertical tank farm. And I was always thinking about why this feels so different than usual. Of course, I'm aware it's gone, but I never was like understanding why this view felt so strange to me. And now I know.
I mean, there's also a big change to the left. If you look at the left of your screen.
Yeah, I saw the tower. I saw the tower.
There's a big tower that was not there for Flight 4.
You know, I write SBU from time to time.
You know, I wonder if the booster will get confused and land on that one instead.
No, I
That would
just
be fun.
Wasn't
no,
there a time where a landing Starship got confused by the crane? Was that SN15?
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah.
It's not impossible. Is all I'm saying.
I mean, if it lands on the flame trench, they can dug it out just for free.
That's true. I mean, hey, they got the foundation work started with Flight 1 for
Yeah, right?
the deluge plate.
Why not?
Yeah,
Just
what better
use-
way to do demo than with a
Exactly.
rocket?
Two
Ninja
birds with one
Decimator
stone.
gifting a red team membership. Pew pew pew. Thank you, Ninja Decimator. Or should I say Ninja Decimator? Bideford, thank you for gifting 10 red team memberships. You're the best. Bideford also super chatted. $25. Thank you, Bideford. They say, fear not, Jack. Driving down into a creek edge on your father's golf course in winter because your brothers and friends were waving to come over to them could have been worse. Someday I'll explain. See, it's not allegedly just me that has caused things to become stuck in rivers. It's not just me. Okay, there's dozens of us.
yeah, I really don't like this topic. Let's move on.
Jared Walker, thanks for gifting 20 red team memberships. That is absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much. Keith, gifting a red team membership as well. Austin Skirvin with a $5 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. They say, so great to get into some more full stack testing. Also, Captain Jack in a kayak with his kilt is kilting it with his commentary. Wow. Also, I know how much Adrian loves his squirrels and spiders. Someone should make an AI like spider squirrel, and then DM it to Adrian.
No.
The spider squirrel.
What's worse, the skrill with the body features like the shell of a spider,
Right?
or is it a spider with the fur of a squirrel?
Well, spiders already kind of have fur. I feel like it's like what's worst, a spider-sized squirrel or a squirrel-sized spider? I would think.
What would you rather fight?
Yeah, right. We're just waiting for tank farm activity to spool up and answering your questions here. In fact, some changes have happened, right, Alex?
Yeah, actually, as we were on the previous question, I had seen some of the usual venting when the subcoolers on the methane side spool up, and now if you look to the left, there's a lot of venting coming up from those liquid oxygen subcoolers. They're getting frosty and filled with liquid nitrogen, which means the nitrogen heats up. You gotta vent it out because you don't want any over pressures or anything on your subcoolers. You kind of have to vent that out. It's nitrogen. It's fine. Like that's 78 or something like that % of the air. So it's cool, I guess.
I get it. So yeah, we are looking at the ship subcoolers spooling up. That is good. Alex, does that affect our timeline here or your prediction for I don't know if T0 is even the right word. Like I do wonder if they'll sort of do a simulated T0 and activate the deluge and all that stuff. We never quite know what we're going to see.
I mean, there's different approaches to different rockets, right? Because a lot of the approaches we see on rockets is more that they simulate a countdown and stop it at some point. Like usually they don't have a simulated T0 in the sense, but more we go through our countdown until, I don't know, the 40-minute mark. At least that's the usual procedure that we see in a lot of countdowns, and because the T0 is kind of marked for this is where things fly. So
right.
Usually, but usually they actually do. It's just that for a launch rehearsal, they just can more easily shift that T0 if they have any issues, right? When you have an actual launch, you have a launch window, so you have to be a little bit more, not riskier and anything, but take a higher risk by committing to a certain T0, or else you're gonna be scrubbing. Perhaps like if you delay too much into the window, you get out of it and eventually have to scrub for the day. But one of the things that I'm looking here through my data from previous testing, for example, for the partial tanking test of Ship 29 and Booster 11, I've also seen people in the chat saying, "Oh, they've never done this. even going past multiple flights. They did that for, I think, pretty much every single flight so far, at least based on the data that I have here on the spreadsheets. So yeah, I'm looking right here at the timings for the partial tanking test for Flight 4, essentially, which is what we expect today for Flight 5. Because of the whole, evacuation and whatnot, it's not in place. So we expect it to be a partial tanking test. And what we saw for the previous one, for the Flight 4, is that they go through the countdown. They go to the OLM vent and the tower vents and whatnot. They start the propellant load sequence, and then it stops about 10 minutes after, which is not a lot of time. But remember that the fueling sequence is like 50 minutes. So 10 minutes, it's like a fifth of it. So it's not that bad. It's like 20% of the rocket gets loaded at the very least, based on the timings that I'm seeing here. So yeah, what we're gonna see. I don't expect a deluge activation. I don't have it here noted that it happened for that test, but we should expect that maybe perhaps for the wet dress, for the actual full countdown. If you can imagine, for an actual wet dress rehearsal, what they do is, they actually go all the way down to T0 without igniting, well, technically to T-3 seconds, which is when they ignite the engines. So the deluge is activated and things like that. Also the DSS, the detonation suppression system.
Right. Well, things continuing to tick along here. Flippers wants tank farm ASMR in multi-view, please. Is that a bird? Oh God.
Bird.
Weird.
Lots of birds.
I mean,
Jade-
there's a lot of seagulls at the beach, but I do wonder why they are interested in this particular spot right now. That's a lot of birds.
Somebody really funny put bird like some seeds there.
Right, just like threw a bunch of breadcrumbs around this camera for some reason. That'd be
Yep.
hilarious. Please don't do
That would not be hilarious.
I mean, it'd be hilarious, but also don't do that. But yeah, Flippers with a $5 super chat. They want Tank Farm ASMR in multi-view, please. There is a members multi-view, which you get access to when you are a member, and you can see all the different camera feeds. So check that out. John grabbing a re-entry club shirt from the store. They say celebrating the little flap that could. That's amazing.
That was one of the greatest days I've ever experienced in my life.
I will never forget the Flight 4 stream when we all just collectively lost our minds seeing the ship come in and somehow survive. I can't wait for Flight 5 because not only we're going to get, I imagine, similar views of ship entry, but also I'm really hoping we get some insane views from the booster as well. So it's going to be a treat.
The crazy thing is, do you know these moments where you have so much adrenaline that you're not remember it in retrospect and need to watch the VOD to
Right.
see what you said?
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
That happened to me on that flight. I was like, I after the stream, I sat back and we had like a chat here in the NSF team, and then I was like, okay, time to watch what I actually said, and I watched the whole re-entry sequence because I don't remember it. It just like is this blur.
Yep, sounds about right. Let's see. Let's do some more questions. Jaron is asking, and sorry if I'm butchering your name, is asking, Starbase has massies for static fires for ships. When the Cape pad becomes operational, where do you think they'll static fire ships at the Cape? That's an interesting question. I honestly have no idea. My answer would be, I think the first many number of ships, once the Cape becomes operational, will be transported from Starbase. Built in Starbase, transported to the Cape, so presumably also static fired at Starbase. That's a total guess. And we could eliminate that from the question if we want and say Cape Pad is operational and they're building starships in Florida at this point. But either way, static firing at the Cape. What do we think, Alex?
It is a really interesting question. I have no idea, to be honest. It could be some sort of thing like, think for example of McGregor kind of thing, like maybe Masses becomes that, and every single ship and booster just it's produced here at Starbase. Then tested at Massey's and then barged to Florida or something like that. And once at Florida, they've already been tested, right?
Right.
Qualification testing. For Falcon 9, they don't return the boosters back to McGregor unless there's like a big, huge change. But as far as I know, they have not put any reused booster on the main Falcon 9 booster test stand at McGregor since like 2017 or something, and that was because they actually had a lot of changes on that one because they converted from Falcon 9 to Falcon Heavy side booster. Long story, but yeah, like it's been years since they've done that with Falcon 9. I can pretty much expect something like that with the Starship, where for the first flight they do get testing prior to that launch. Once they're launched, that's their pre-launch testing for the next launch, right? if you will. And so they don't need to do any more engine testing. They just launch again and launch again and launch again and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that would make sense. Adrian, do you have any additional thoughts, good buddy?
It's less impactful than it is in Boca, right? A static fire here is this is a very much development side. So they want access to this pad. They want as much time as they can to this pad. So outsourcing-ish the static fires so they can have more access time to the pad makes sense. And also on the Cape, it's a bit easier, I think, to because you don't have to like block a public beach and a public highway every single time you do some testing. So I think the impacts are a bit less, and that helps them. And there will be some tests at some point. Like, I mean, Artemis, there's no way they won't test that thing. So, yeah. But I think the implications are just a bit different than they are here.
Yeah, that makes sense. They should make like whatever the mount is in Florida at KSC. They should make the mount able to receive either a ship or a booster, and then they could just static fire the ship on the stand and put it off to the side, put a booster on it, then put the ship on the thing. I don't know. Just totally guessing here. Bloodhound09 is asking, why can't I tag NASASpaceflight in chat on mobile? You can. You just have to type it all out. It's really annoying.
Yeah, there's like no autocomplete option. You just have to tag at NASASpaceflight, but I think it still converts it, right?
Right.
Once you're
it just doesn't auto-complete it. And they're saying also 31 was the Sparky ship, right? Yes. 31 is the ship that had the electrical anomaly while at Massey's. Let's see. Shoning is asking, is there any chance at all that since we're seeing the ship and booster rolled out, that SpaceX may fly with the profile from Flight 4 while waiting for an updated license? I don't think so. I think they're basically dug in at this point. You could say that they've dug into a trench. And now they're kind of stuck with this. I mean, they could change plans. Never say never, but it certainly seems like they are going full bore toward a catch attempt on Flight 5. What do you think, Adrian?
It's always a question that so far I think neither party has fully answered about what modifications exactly would push you over the boundary of like this is no longer a Starship type vehicle as on Flight 4. So that's probably a bit of a more digging work that we have to do, because that's also interesting. Like, for example, is a new TPS, is that a major modification? Like, do you...
Seems pretty major.
Yeah, like, right? Like, and as soon as you're no longer in that vehicle type, that launch license doesn't cover it anymore, and you would need another license anyway. However, we are done entering the territory. How quickly can you modify that license versus the whole entire environmental implications that they are now doing on their modified launch situation right now? So it's a bit of a tricky situation, because SpaceX for sure wants to fly modern hardware in their modern test goals, because, well, they have ideas what they get out of the data here of these flights, because, as we said before, the payload is data. Yeah, it's certainly a thing they're probably considered. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a meeting at some point at SpaceX where they were like, well, we could do another Flight 4 like thing. But from what we can tell, they opted against it. And I mean, at this point, they would probably still need like another 2-3 or so weeks to get even a flight ready of that profile. And then you're already in like mid-October. And at what point you then start to risk to delay your catch attempt because you want to squeeze in one more flight.
Right. We have a bunch more questions in this same vein, and we're going to go through them here shortly. Really quick, I wanted to celebrate William A. Thing's third ever super chat on a live stream. Thank you so much, William. With the $5 super chat, they say, could they launch a booster from Boca Chica and land it at the Cape? Perhaps they have enough performance if they didn't have a ship on top. I don't think it's about performance. I think it's about public safety. Maybe in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, when these things truly are achieving airliner-like operations, hopefully, that can become a thing. But flying over Tampa and Orlando and major metropolitan areas in Florida is probably not the best thing to do. At that point, just put it on a barge, right? Also, Russell Snodgrass, holy cow, Russell's been killing it the last several days with large super chats. There's a $100 super from Russell. Thank you so much. And they used their message to incite people to riot. No. To incite people to click the like button. They say, come on, people. 5,000+ people watching and only 1.5 likes. Tank watching is awesome. It's bonkies. Click the freaking like button, please. Russell, what do I even say to that? That is so much money. It's so appreciated and so necessary to allow us to do what we do here and continue to upgrade our streams and everything that we can. So thank you so much. And this doesn't have to be a monetary thing. If you're out there and you're like, oh man, I can't afford to support NSF with a super chat or whatever, like that's fine. Just hit the like button. That's free. And we appreciate everybody watching just the same, because if people weren't excited about this stuff, we'd live in a far more bleak reality, if you ask me. At this point, though, speaking of bleak, I have to say goodbye to Adrian. We're going to say goodbye to Adrian. Bye, Adrian.
Yeah, I have to do some other things, so I'm hop off here. And but I heard there's an excellent replacement in place.
For varying definitions of excellent. But thank you, Adrian, for being on. I kid. The replacement is none other than NASASpaceflight Actual, the founder of NSF, the Burgonator, the one and only Yorkshireman. What's up, Chris?
I was more akin to the bleak introduction than I was to that introduction that I got there. Especially when Adrian said we got someone excellent. I thought, oh, is he mistaken? Does he realise it's me? Yeah, exciting time. Full stack testing. Yay!
And there was much rejoicing.
Yep.
Good deal. Let's do some more questions. Alex Sol24 Alt is asking, would a LOX only test also need an evacuation? My gut is no. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, they don't need an evacuation for that. They need it when they load methane because it's a highly explosive and highly flammable substance, especially in the presence of thousands of tons of liquid oxygen. That would be very good.
Also, methane is stinky, so you got to
Is
evacuate people. Not naturally. They add mercaptans to put a scent in there so that if there's a leak, there's a leak and you can get very far away, rapidly, preferably. But yes, it is stinky.
Could they add like
I don't
spiciness
think
to it?
They could. I don't think rocket grade methane has the mercaptans in it. I think that's just like natural gas that you would get in your house for your stove or something. Let's see. Here's one that I want to ask Chris because it's shuttle adjacent. High Reactivity is asking, what would cargo doors for cargo Starship look like? Would it resemble the space shuttle with split doors or something else entirely? We sometimes talk about the chomper door. There's all kinds of different forms this could take. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I like that question a lot. the
Shuttle,
fun
shuttle
story
mention.
is
Ding, ding, ding.
it was very early as well. The fun thing is, I do like the chomper design. It seems more akin to a nurse cone area. Because it would that top area, won't it? Obviously, it will be right split at the top because they've obviously got the header tanks and what have you. But I think a chomper system's probably going to make more sense. Now, if you do a payload bay, it's going to be kind of concave compared to the payload bay of a space shuttle orbiter, which was on the mid area between the rudder speed brake, the MPS, which is main propulsion system. Why can't I say propulsion? What was going on there?
You did it. You got there. It's all right.
That was crazy. Anyway,
Don't be so
and
hard on
also
yourself. It's fine.
Also, the actual crew compartment. So it was a different kind of area. But a fun story people might not know, because we don't know the answer. We're going to wait and see with this Starship version. Is the fun thing about the shuttle system was their payload bay doors couldn't open on Earth. They had to actually lever them across and use cranes to pull them apart because the motors on the payload bay doors for the space shuttle were so weak they'd only work in 0G. So a lot of people thought, why have they got those big yellow bars on the orbiter when they were rolling them out on Earth? It's because they needed that grapple fixture for the cranes to grab hold of because the motors of the payload bay wouldn't open them. So that's interesting to me, that if the Starship design has a big chomper system, will it have motors, you'd think, powerful enough to open and close them on Earth? Or would they use the same system on shuttle? I think it was a mass-saving situation with the space shuttle for the motors on the payload bay doors. But maybe Starship has the Tesla motors and what have you, which can do it on Earth. So that's something I'll also watch out for. But I'm a big fan of the chomper system. I think that looks amazing. It's very James Bond.
Well, Chris, I have good news for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Starship is a bit like the opposite of the space shuttle. You can open the payload bay door on the ground, but it seems like it cannot open in space. Anyways, I wanted to make that joke.
Oh, good deal. I do wonder how an eventual cargo Starship will look. Like you said, Chris, there's all the header tanks and the transfer tubes up there in the top of the nose cone. So the very tip of the nose cone is kind of, off limits to crew or payload. And also, coming up with the version 2 of Starship, we have the change in the placement of the forward flaps. And I do wonder if those might get in the way of some sort of chomper door. Like, the door is going to have to be a significant amount of work whenever that does happen. And I fully expect there to be, a proper cargo Starship at some point. But it's just, right now, SpaceX is focusing on getting Starship operational and launching Starlinks. So they don't need the full door, but at some point we're going to see something roll out of the Star Factory with a completely different door, and we're all going to, tweet about it and go, oh my gosh, and I'm excited.
You know what I want to see,
You're going to miss it
Jack?
because you're going to be at Brownsville. Fixing
Alex.
your car, maybe.
Alex.
You woke up and chose violence today. My car is running fine. Thank you very
I'm
much.
just making fun of you.
Have we played the Alex ringtone yet?
Wow.
But yeah, you know what I'm excited about, Jack? Along the lines of this question,
What's
is
up?
the windows.
Yes.
I want to see a Starship with those massive gold windows. That'd be amazing.
It's going to be awesome. I mean, there's a lot to look forward to in the Starship program. It does feel like, we're coming up on Flight 5 here in several weeks. I can't bring myself to even say a couple months. We're coming up on Flight 5, and it feels like we know a lot and we've seen a lot at this point. We're kind of entering into the flow where we have a handle on how the testing is going to go, even with minor changes to the tank fireman procedure and stuff. But they're going to roll out, a tanker ship at some point. They're going to roll out the first human lander at some point. They're going to roll out the first cargo ship at some point. There's a lot of really cool milestones coming down the line, and that's why we spend so much time and effort making sure our infrastructure here in Starbase is up to snuff so that we can do things like Starbase Live, so we can do things like this stream, and so we can share in the hype with everybody. I can't wait. I can't wait until we start seeing Starship variants. It's going to be amazing. Also, thanks to Dan, who is my dad out here helping us with those infrastructure upgrades. I hope he's watching right now. I love you, Dad. My actual dad is probably like, what's going on? James Forsman is asking, what do you think about the Booster 11 recovery? Elon tweeted then deleted an insane picture of the aft section of Booster 11 that my immediate reaction to was, that can't
He
be
did not
real.
delete
Did you
that.
delete it?
It's
Oh,
still
maybe-
up.
Oh, he retweeted it. Okay. He tweeted it, deleted it, and retweeted it. Say that 3 times fast. Anyways, what do we think about this? At first I was like, no way this is real. But it seems like it's real, which is crazy. And it looks like it's in pretty darn good shape. I mean,
Yeah,
all things considered.
I know that we had word of this, and there's certain rules you always play to. Some of them are respectful and obvious,
Right.
and that is basically you don't start getting in the face of a ship that's doing some recovery operations or whatever, even though it's international waters or whatever. So we knew about it, but I was surprised because we thought we might get to see a ship with some blue tarp on it and everything covered up. Then Elon tweeted out that picture. So I think the biggest surprise for me is we knew that was going on, but the biggest surprise for me was him actually showing a photograph of it being pulled out. And and then the jokes that followed. That'll buff out.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Pretty amazing. I mean, if you look at the tweet, there's a lot less damage on the outer ring of Raptors than I would have expected. It sort of makes me think, yeah, this splashdown was pretty soft. Then things went explodey, and that's why it looks the way that it does. But I sort of expected the engine bells on the Raptors to be way more damaged than they ended up being. So,
But
pretty
Jack,
cool.
Did you know that the ocean floor has sand on it?
Alex, so help me God, I'm going to drive you into the Rio and get you stuck.
What has Sawyer done to Alex? It's like he's got him. It's got like that brain chip that Elon's been talking about, and it's suddenly like Sawyer's mass producing them and implanting them in anyone goes to the States. Because Alex has just recently been to the States. Come on, put 2 and 2 together here.
Yep. We have a
there you
new
go.
upgraded Alex Spicy Edition. There you go. Yeah, go for it, Alex.
You can see that they cut this part because it's very smooth. Like there's no rough edges on the on the top. It's like they just cut out that part, probably with like a torch. Maybe they went down there and they essentially cut that with a torch and got that out, which probably explains why you cannot see the center hinges, because the center hinges are not attached to the outer ring. They are attached to the dome, essentially to the aft cap on the dome. So while the outer engines, they are indeed attached to the bottom of the last ring on Super Heavy, and that's what they took out. You can see it there. It looks like a very clean cut.
Yeah, super cool. I didn't even make that connection, Alex, but yeah, I guess you're right. They must have sliced it right there with an ROV or a diver or something. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, because otherwise that will be a very coincidental thing to have it be that very clean on accident.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't even think of that, but you're right. That makes sense. Neat.
Oh, also, speaking of water, Dean Brillin asks for Jack's digger in the Rio Grande Storytime Fund. He didn't chase it. Can you read out my super chat? So I am. It's not my fault. Dean said it. I went looking for it.
We've teased it enough. We just actually had a new camera added to our stable of cameras here in Starbase. It's the Rocket Ranch camera at their outpost viewing location. And the Rocket Ranch rules, you should check them out. They're a great place to watch launches from and a great place to stay if you're wanting sort of a super fan, a little bit roughing it experience out here. If you want like the resort experience and you're with your family and all that, definitely go to the Margaritaville. That is also an amazing place to stay and watch from. But we love the ranch here. I love the ranch. And we had that tropical storm come through, Francine, that then turned into a hurricane. And then we had some storms right after that. So the ranch got absolutely flooded. And we had an excavator there. And I was helping Anthony out dig a trench so that the water had a place to go. And turns out, remember how I was saying caliche is like really, you get stuck in it real easily? Yeah. An excavator may or may not have gotten stuck in caliche. It didn't go into the Rio. It just went into a trench that was connected to the Rio, so it was technically in the Rio. Anyways, operating heavy equipment, not trivial.
By the way, if anybody wants to know when we talk about ranch and when we talk about hotel, they actually are commands in chat. So if you ever get, by all means, never feel shy about using the commands, because ranch is the command for Rocket Ranch, and that gives you the URL to their website, so you can check them out and go and visit them. And hotel is the one for the URL to the Margaritaville, is it?
Margaritaville.
There we
Nailed
go.
it.
Yeah.
It
Another
used to
long
be
word I
called the
can't say.
Pearl. So if you're an OG tank watcher and you remember us talking about the Pearl, like that time I had my own Breaking Bad Fly episode in the hotel room at the Pearl and went insane over the course of 3 days, just like Walter White. The Pearl is now the Margaritaville. They changed their names. This is the view from the hotel right here, and if you get a room on the right side of it, that's essentially your view. A little bit more zoomed in, but that's basically what you can see from your balcony at the Margaritaville, which is really cool. Anyways,
I have
yeah,
a very
was-
pressing question.
is it about the Rio and getting stuck in it?
No.
Okay,
Do
go
they
on.
have ranch in the ranch?
They do. Yes, they do.
Ooh.
They
I
have
gotta
ranch.
go.
Someone has been to America recently, and I think that person was Alex. But yeah, like
I
Chris
like
said,
ranch dressing.
don't be afraid of using the commands there in chat. The only command for Nightbot that you should be afraid of using is the kilt one, because it does automatically log you out of YouTube and kick you off the stream. So don't use the kilt command. All the other commands are good to go. Right? Cool. Altair is asking, New Glenn or Starship Flight 5? What are our expectations? What do we think is going to go first is what I think this question is asking.
There goes chat.
Oh, God. No, I said don't do the kilt. You're
It's
all
flying.
No, I said don't do the kilt one. Why? Come on. No, we're focusing. New Glenn or Starship Flight 5? I'm ignoring chat for now. Oh, my God. It's moving so fast.
Chris, you go.
You know what? Yeah, it's interesting because we were expecting the second stage to do a static fire recently, and it's still not happened. We have a camera fixed on the launch site thanks to our good folks at Space Coast Live. So we will know about it when it happens. And then they've got to do the static fire on the booster. And that's all got to go well. Then they've got to integrate it. Then they've got to basically let the everything fall into place as far as the weather and things like that. So it's not a certain that it'll beat Flight 5. Right now, it should do on a schedule because they're looking at the realigned launch in November, and we know that the FAA situation means no earlier than the end of November. So the smart money would be on New Glenn. But until I've seen them finish off the testing, the ground testing with this maiden flight of New Glenn, and they are ready to launch, then I don't think we can say for certainty it'll be New Glenn. So you know what? I'll do a poll.
I like polls.
While you do that, I'm gonna answer it, right? Can I, Jack?
Yep.
I do agree with Chris, right? That it seems like New Glenn will be, if you take them to heart, to their and you keep them on their timelines, in theory, New Glenn will be the first one, But then again, that second stage has been out there for like what? 3 weeks, maybe a month, waiting to be static fired, and supposedly it was going to be static fired like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, like essentially a few days after it rolled out, and it has not static fired yet. We know that because, well, we would have seen some
Chris,
of the
what is what is this poll? What is this?
What? I always like to add a little bit of humour to our polls just to make them less monotonous.
But New Glenn is already there. You already added the humor. Anyways.
Oh,
that's
Jack,
mean.
spicy.
That's
sorry,
mean.
Alex is spiky there. Wow.
I'm joking. But yeah, just to complete my thoughts here, they seem to be running behind, essentially, right?
Yeah.
We at least saw, potentially some venting coming out from it a couple of weeks ago. We don't know if they're running into issues with the tanking of the vehicle, or maybe even getting to fire the engines or something like that. We're just not seeing, normally when they fire the engines, you will see like a big cloud of vapor coming out of the flame trench, right? Just like we see that at Massey's, or we see that pretty much on any other launch pad where they do a static fire test. Oh, that's the rocket ranch for you.
Yeah.
we were talking before. But yeah, and so it's essentially that I'd be surprised if they actually have the full stack, full rocket out there on the pad even before November. It's gonna be tight. It's probably gonna delay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if it delays into 2025. But that's that's usual for a first flight.
Right.
I think Nepal's agreeing with you as well, because what comes first? Starship Flight 5, 41%. New Glenn is on 15%. Jack's winning with the kill, obviously. But if you can take the general overview there's not much confidence in New Glenn getting off before Flight 5. That's interesting.
Do people understand that wearing a kilt out here would be like murder? Like I wear long pants every time I go out, even when it's in the dead of summer. And I buy pants that have like a little elastic thingy, so the bottom of the pant leg like is tightly wrapped around my boots, because otherwise insects are a thing. Mosquitoes here are insanely persistent. So I don't know. Is it like a fashion faux pas to wear pants under a kilt? I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're not meant to wear anything under a kilt.
Oh man. Yeah. See, that's
anything.
I don't know if there's enough bug spray in the world to make that viable, Chris.
Chris W in chat, yes, exclamation marks.
But Jay in our back channel says no in all caps, and
Hang on a minute, what's going on there, Jay? Hang on. I'm sure I've heard it's against Scottish law to wear anything under a kilt.
No, I think he's agreeing with you. I think he's saying no, you're not supposed to.
Right.
Yeah, he's agreeing with you. I'm wrong, as per usual. Let's do some more questions. Are the chines? Do I see some venting from the chines?
Yep, they're starting to load the chines. You can see some of that when they vent. It's cold, so you can see some of that frostiness, I guess, on the top of the left chine here on this view.
Good stuff, Alex. What do they fill those chines with? That's CO2, right? For the fire suppression system.
The ones that are facing the tower. There are 4 of them. 2 facing the tower, 2 facing away from the tower. The 2 that are facing away from the tower, those have the COPVs, which hold things, to spin up the Raptors, to be able to power the torch igniters and things like that. They essentially have all the bits necessary to relight the center engines on Super Heavy. Whereas the ones on closer to the tower, as you were mentioning, they have the fire suppression system, the CO2, essentially the carbon dioxide tanks for that. And we think, based on the fact that it's frosty, they very likely loaded liquid because it's easier. You can fit more of it when you load CO2 liquid into the tank. That's just for convenience. Just like you wouldn't fill Super Heavy with gaseous oxygen, you fill it with liquid oxygen, right? To get more of it into the tank. Can you imagine if SLS was loaded with like gaseous hydrogen instead of liquid hydrogen? The tank will be ginormous.
Yeah, that would be absurd. Lil Bites. What's up, Lil Bites? Is asking, with a late November launch date seeming likely, do you feel the delay could mean skipping Ship 31 for Ship 33 on Flight 6? I'm going to go first. No, because there will be additional regulatory work to be done to certify 33 for flight, since there's been so many changes because it's the first version 2 ship. So I don't think 31 will get skipped. 32 is seemingly very much going to get skipped and has basically been inactive in the rocket garden for months at this point. But I don't see them skipping Ship 31. Like, they're doing all this regulatory work now. They'll hopefully get a multi-launch license and be able to launch 6 pretty close to after 5, assuming the landing booster does not roast the ground support equipment. So that's sort of what I expect. I don't know, Chris, what do you think? Maybe
I agree.
Okay.
I agree in the fact that I see the outlook for the schedule being Flight 5, once they get past all this paperwork, which automatically approves Flight 6, because I think Flight 5 and Flight 6 will mirror each other very closely, at least on the objectives. And that's where it'd be a bit like SM5 and SM6 with the hops. Remember those? The ones with the big mass simulator on top, like a top hat. I used to love those, yeah. And then they can move on to the next phase of objectives, which may be within the license parameter. And then while this is all going on, working on the authorization for the V2 ships. I can see a path now. A lot of people are being, and rightly so, a little bit dismayed about all these delays because of the paperwork side of things. But I do like to give a positive spin on it, and I'm not being soft or weak by saying this, because I just naturally think this is where it may be a long-range good news story, is that they may get a multi-launch license path with these complaints to the FAA, where they work together to not have this situation again. And that's the important thing, because I think 2025 could be a massive year for Starship, especially with the flight cadence. So I think, yeah, right now it's a little bit down, negative, and what have you, but I think overall this may be the catalyst to improving things for 2025 onwards.
You know, I like hiking a lot, and you're probably like, what? Why is Jack talking about hiking? A lot of times when I go on a difficult hike, at the start, you're like, all right, yeah, let's do this. And then like the first quarter or the first third of the hike, when you have a giant mountain in front of you, you're like, oh gosh, this is gonna suck. And then you get to the top of the mountain and you're like, this is amazing. Right now we're sort of at that, we're not at the beginning of the hike, but we are at the part of the hike where we see the mountain in front of us. There's a mountain of paperwork to get done. It'll get done, and this is just the road that has to be taken to get Starship operational. And when we get to the top of the mountain, when Starship is operational, it's going to be worth all of the trouble that it took to get there.
Nice.
Hey, it's like I've had Red Bull this morning or something.
There's also
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, there's also the factor that the reason they don't get multiple launch, like a license that covers multiple launches, is precisely because they keep changing either the configuration of the rocket or the profile of the mission. They keep doing that, and as of right now, if you change that, the license will not cover you for that type of other mission, right? If it covers a set of mission parameters, and now if you change them, then they essentially have to change the license. And so that's one of the things that are keeping them from having like a blanket approval kind of thing. Falcon 9, for example, does have that now, where, you know, back in the day, they had to approve different profiles for Falcon 9 launches and have to modify the license for every different situation. As we've seen recently, they even have to approve things like changing the Launch Control Center and things like that for when they modify the licenses. So that's one of the things here as well, that if you change something that you had on your license, then you need to reapply for a different license modification, essentially, because that's how it is.
I think we may have lost Jack for a second. So while that's happening and Jack is rebooting his Commodore 64, anyone old enough to remember them? Come on, let's see if I'm not just the only person who's at that age. We'll take a few more questions, because you know what? One thing I want to bring up, and I wanted to bring up earlier, so I'll bring it up now, is Roger did a very smooth tilt down the actual full stack. And it's amazing. We've seen the full stack so many times, but I just remember watching it. I just clipped it up for X as well. I'll put the link in chat in a minute. And it's a vehicle I don't think I'll ever get bored with. And I want to ask chat this as well. Just, you don't have to do it on a spaceflight. Just literally, I'm reading chat as you all are right now, along with you. Do you think you'll ever get bored with this vehicle? I just can't imagine it. There's some rockets in the past, I remember, where it became kind of like samey. Falcon 9, maybe, but not landings. I still find the landings amazing. But with Starship, I think everything about Starship is just a wonderful, futuristic, multi-capable, and the world's largest, for a start, rocket that we've seen. I just honestly cannot ever feel I'll get bored with this, because it is a beautiful rocket. It's one of those rockets where the CGI renders, and there's some amazing graphic artists out there on X and on different channels and what have you, who do amazing graphics of these vehicles. I thought that looks amazing, but what's going to be like in real life? I think it looks better in real life. I really do. What do you, I mean, Alex, am I going crazy here, or do you think this is just like a stunning rocket?
Well, it's definitely stunning in just the sheer scale of it, right? Like, it's just amazingly big. I try to, like, whenever I talk to my family about, oh, what do you do, and things like that, and they think I work for NASA or something like that, I try to explain them the size of rockets, even the smallest ones are huge. Like even an Electron, it's like a 5-story tall kind of thing. It's huge, even though it's a small rocket, right? So imagine a big rocket, right? If a small rocket is already huge, a big rocket is humongously like huge. It's like just you cannot even comprehend. So I have not been able to see Starship in person. I have not been able to go to Starbase, but I've seen a Starship launch tower because I've been at the KSC. It's incredible how far away you can see that tower.
Yep.
Also Florida is very flat, but you know what I mean, right? Like it's very huge, it's very big, and you can see the VAB, and like next to it you see the Starship tower. It's huge, and so just by sheer size, it's an amazing rocket.
I know Ryan, Mr. Maps Caton, has done many graphical representations of the size of the rocket on the pad compared to famous buildings. I think that's a real good thing you can do. If you've not got the opportunity to go to Starbase, which is probably most people, I would say we could do that representation of just how tall it is and then represent that against a big, large building in your city or town and then get a scale of it, because I think that was something that was quite obvious but clever during one of our meetups, where a real tall office building was pointed out and saying that isn't even as tall as Starship is, and I was thinking that's a damn tall building. So it really is probably a good thing to do, just to get a sense of scale, because it doesn't come across too well on the internet with these cameras, obviously, because it's on a screen. So maybe that's a good thing, a nice little homework study for people to do, just take the size of it and compare it to one of your buildings in your city.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I talked about the rocket itself, but just look at the OLM. You see the OLM and you're like, well, the rocket is on top of the OLM, whatever. That OLM is like a 5-story building. It's literally that tall. It's like 18 meters tall. Again, just like it's actually funny because it's about the size of Electron in terms of the height. So it's essentially that. It's huge. I realized this when we were like seeing people. You see those stairs there and whatnot. We're looking at people going up the stairs, and I thought, wait, how many how many flights of stairs are that? Like, I don't think I will arrive alive at the top of the OLM. Like, that's a lot of stairs that you need to go up, right? Like I would be very tired whenever I if I were to do that. So we actually went out and calculated, and we made an overlay of more mundane things like a house, a double-decker bus, or something like that next to the OLM. It's huge, just the OLM. Imagine
apparently the orbital launch mount is taller. It's on its own than anything in Norwich. Westy has just said. So that's the
wild.
scale of things.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to wrap your head around the scale of these things. Anytime you get like a human next to the base of the rocket, like that kind of helps. And of course, if you're ever able to come out to Starbase, that also helps. But looks can be sort of deceiving. Like you can get insanely close to the pad because the beach is right there, and Highway 4 is right there. So you can get very close and get a very good sense of how big it is. But even then, you're still a couple hundred yards away. And I think really the only way to get a true sense of scale is to be right up next to it, like while they're doing a rollout. And of course, they don't roll out the rocket while it's fully stacked. So Chris, I think your building method there might be the way to go.
Yeah, but the problem is, Jack, I have one good idea a week, and it's Monday, so we are now in trouble for the rest of the week.
Right. Well, we'll just say horses or shuttle, and then you'll be able to riff on that. Yeah,
Thank you.
It'll be good. We're getting really behind in the support here, so I'm going to run through some support in the same way that this beautiful condensation cloud is running over the flats here.
Before you go to the support, though, I actually want to address that because I've seen a lot of people talking in chat about what is this cloud and whatever. So there might be a lot of people that are new to this. This is just nitrogen, essentially. It's coming out from the bunker and from the liquid oxygen subcoolers. They're filling those with liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen heats up. It turns into a gas. It's vented. This is what you see there. It's very cold, though. Even though it's gases, it's still very cold. So that's why you see all that condensation. It's coming from that nitrogen.
I have walked through that exact cloud after Booster 7's static fire, and I was like, is this an asphyxiation hazard? It might not be a great idea. But it was fine. But yeah, it's a normal thing. It looks super cool today. Fun fact.
Literally.
Fun fact. There is one of my cameras directly to the left of this camera view here, and it's been shooting a time lapse for the last 19 hours, and it should go all the way up until 5 o'clock. So hopefully we get some frost action on the booster and ship, and we get a cool day to night to day to frost time lapse off that camera. Fingers crossed. Things like the condensation cloud creeping across the flats and all the cloud movement in the background, it should hopefully, if everything works, turn out to be a pretty sweet time lapse. So fingers crossed for that. All right, let's do some support. Petrie, thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member. Adrian, with money for the Kilt Fund. Sonia, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Josh, thank you for the super chat. They say, how long do you think until SpaceX attempts to make mobile suits? I would be shocked if they weren't already working on that sort of thing. BKK, thank you for the support, becoming a PadRat member. Mechazilla, gifting 5 red team memberships. Wilbo, thank you for the support. They say the Pope vent has 2 colors, not this. Ninja Decimator, thank you. Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew. They say Jack needs a tactical kilt in his life. Jay, can we do a tactical kilt? Is that a thing? Gary Swift, thank you so much for the generous super chat there. They say get a pineapple and bacon pizza. That does sound good. Average Joe's becoming a red team member. Booster 1058 says keeping Jack's Kilt Fund alive with €2. Thank you. Interstellar Gateway with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much. They say NSF is the best. Rocks upgrading to red team. Nicholas Burns, thank you for the super chat. They say full stack. Do we finally get to see the Flight 5 patch? Please keep doing what you do. Go NSF. No, not yet. Interstellar Gateway gifting 5 red team memberships as well. Thank you so much. Again, if you get gifted a membership, be sure to thank whoever gifted you the membership in chat. You'll see your name turn green. You'll see a little badge pop up next to your name. And you get access to members-only emoji plus a bunch of other stuff. Right, Chris?
Indeed, yeah. I actually the person who puts the membership content in, so I can say with much authority that you will not be disappointed. We always make sure we can give you as much membership content daily, because I think that's important just to keep it going. I know a lot of subscription levels may seem daunting to people, saying, well, what's the best value, whatever. We just try and make sure, like every member level, regardless, like PadRat members have access right now to the 4K multi-screen, which is all our cameras, all at the same time, on a 4K stream, on a YouTube stream itself, so you could have a second window open. And that's handy during a launch, because during a launch, our chat on the public stream goes bonkers. You post something, it whooshes off the screen, goes too fast. But on the member one, you can actually talk at a pace where you're back into a community, kind of like SBL, Starbase Live. So that's another little perk as well. We just try and keep adding perks, and we've got more perk ideas coming at no extra cost.
But wait, there's more. Randall, thank you for the $5 super. Wilbo Baggins wants to know my waist size in inches. I am going to say this to 6,372 people. It's 32. You guys now all know my waist size. This is parasocial relationships, am I right? Ben Creasy Vision becoming a launch director. Thank you so much, Ben. That's fantastic. One of the higher levels of support. That's amazing. I mean, we really can't do this stuff without the members. We need you guys. We could work our butts off on a bunch of videos, and the YouTube algorithm, it's an algorithm. We have no control over whether it actually decides to show our videos to people or not. And the membership program is so important. It's the bedrock upon which we build everything else. So thank you for that. Really quickly here, Chris W., thank you for the support. They say night launch or morning launch. Also, me and Jay are working on the kilt. Oh, God. Morning launches are tough because you get the sun rising and you get the lighting changing rapidly. But I do like having light. So I think for the near future, I would prefer a morning launch, personally, as a photographer. But I do eagerly await the first night launch of a Starship. That blue plume, the shock diamonds, are going to be insane. Chris, what do you have a preference, night or morning launch here?
Yeah, I mean, it is beautiful. The launches we've had so far with Starship with the Dawn and the way they've done it, it does look great. But I always like, I mean, as you know, we do a long live stream for launch day. So the nighttime venting and the big flashy lights on the launch tower, kind of like, it's a little bit off. But I don't know. I think the launch itself is the most visual part of this. So far, I don't have any major problems with the countdown being as it is, where it aims for a dawn launch. It'd be interesting to see, because we're going to see a night launch at some point.
Right.
And I wonder what the exhaust will look like. I mean, 33 Raptors firing with that Mega Mark Diamond at night.
Yes.
That's going to be bonkers.
It's going to be utterly insane. And Alex, isn't there some regulatory stuff where SpaceX is asking for one night launch a year? So, like, it's going to happen, right?
Yeah, and at some point, just because of orbital mechanics, they're gonna need to launch at night, right? Because whatever they're targeting, it's gonna be, only accessible during the night, and so they're gonna have to do a night launch at some point. I do think, though, SpaceX, if you're listening, please, an afternoon launch. I'm not even asking like morning. We've done that already. I'm not even asking night or evening. No. Afternoon, 2 p.m. Everybody happy. Only bad thing of that, though, is the heat haze, but we can deal with that. I think that's better, at least for, in my book, that's better than, the flashing lights in the middle of the night. I don't like those. Please, afternoon launch. Thank you.
Some days, especially in like the fall and winter or even early spring, like the heat haze is still there, but less of a thing. Yeah, I don't know. And of course, I know we all, this wasn't an option in the super chat here, but I know we all are eagerly awaiting not only the first night launch, but also the first Starship Jellyfish launch. That is when that's when they launch at the exact right time, either pre-dawn or post-sunset, and so that we get that crazy illuminated plume while everyone on the ground is in shadow still. The jellyfish, like, oh man. So, y'all, you've probably seen a lot of our streams. Hopefully you have. If you haven't, hopefully you will. But when a Falcon 9 launches and does an RTLS at sunset, you not only get the jellyfish, but you also get the interaction between the Falcon 9's first stage, plume and the second stage plume, which is insane. Like, a jellyfish launch with a drone ship landing, also insane. But the RTLS is really where it's at for the jellyfish launches. There's like no bigger show in spaceflight launch-wise than that. So you picture that. The booster, of course, is going to RTLS because it's coming back to land on the tower, and you add in hot staging. Oh man, the first Starship Jellyfish is going to be a mind blower. People up and down the entire Gulf Coast are going to lose their minds.
Yeah, because one of the things of, when there's a jellyfish in Florida and it's launching straight east, not a lot of people can see that, but when it's launching northeast, it can be seen all the way across the east coast of the United States.
Right.
When they do the same from Vandenberg and it's launching like southeast, sort of like the Starlink launches, then it can be seen, also all across the west coast, or at least southwest coast of the United States.
All across the southwest. I have friends who've seen them from Arizona.
Mexico, exactly, right? All the way from Arizona, New Mexico.
Yep.
Baja California, all of those places can see, and that's Falcon 9. Just imagine how mind-blowing the exhaust will look like for Starship, the hot staging. And now you have, the Gulf of Mexico has coasts both on the north, on the south, right? So you'll see this jellyfish effect for a lot of time whenever you are on the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to be bonkers, essentially, or bonky, as you will say.
I mean, I would even dare say it'll be kabonk bonk. which is the next level above bonkies, if you didn't know. Rock solid and suspiciously convenient alibi. Thank you for the super chat. They say pan-fried bacon is best. I disagree. Oven bacon is best. Also, I see that you are aware of Expeditionary Force, which is an awesome series of books. That's a good name for a ship. Javier, thank you for the super chat. They say, any talks on how SpaceX is going to recover the ship portion of Starship on a barge or landing site like Falcon, water landing, also catching with the arms? Catching seems kind of risky. Well, it's new, so it does seem risky, but currently the plan is to catch ship on the arms, right, Chris?
Sorry, I was too busy doing the kabong commanding Nightbot. Can you repeat the question?
He added donkeys too.
Oh, you see, that's my most important job here. Any talks on how space is going to recover the ship portion of Starship on a barge or a landing site? Hang on,
Chris?
Alex's interruption thing. Go on.
Yes, I gotta interrupt you. We have tower venting.
Let's go. What does that mean,
Tower
Alex?
venting. So as I was mentioning before, like I don't know how many hours ago when we started the live stream, they need to cool down the lines. You know, they essentially have to cool down all the tank farm, fill up the subcoolers and whatever. Once that's all completed, then you gotta cool down and prepare the lines that go up to the ship and up to the booster on the OLM. So on the tower, you've got that vent. That's part of that chilling down of the line of the liquid oxygen line that goes up to the QD arm and into the ship, and that's that vent as we see that close up enhance kind of thing. But yeah, and actually, I'm not. You know, one of the things that I'm always like doubtful about is whether those are actually painted or are cold. I think those in particular are not painted, and it's actually white because of it is cold.
Wow.
But you know, I rarely look at tower pictures. I'm gonna be honest with you, so I'm not fully sure. But there's indeed that vent, and that is sort of the process ahead of preparing for the propellant load. It usually takes about an hour or so from this point onwards. We should also see the same thing, but for the OLM in a few minutes. That's gonna be the OLM vent starting, and once that starts, we're essentially in preparation mode here, getting ready for that propellant load. The tower vent disappears and then reappears before the propellant load starts. So it's essentially it has appeared right now, then it disappears. There's a few minutes there of like a gap of no vent,
Right.
or like more like a very very weak vent, and then it sort of like, you know, it comes back to life and it gets actually very very big. It's sort of like what we call waterfall mode, and then it stops, and when it stops, that's propellant load onto the ship, at least the liquid oxygen load onto the ship. For the OLM, which I'm starting to see right now, it's starting up, so that's a good thing. OLM vent is already going on. It just continues. It's not, you know, it stops, then reappears and whatnot. It's continuous, and it gradually gets stronger and stronger until it gets to that waterfall mode, as we call it. And once it stops, that is liquid oxygen load onto the booster. So that's sort of what we're seeing here right now, that preparation for the propellant load sequence.
Hooray, things moving right along and testing continuing to get closer to being fully underway. Alex, does this affect our timelines at all? What are you thinking on that? And then we'll go back to Chris to answer this question from Javier.
Based on this, I will say maybe a simulated T0 of like 1 p.m. or thereabouts. I still have to crunch the numbers. I haven't, because it has happened just right now. So I actually will need to crunch the numbers and get you a more better sort of like simulated T0. We don't know though when they're gonna stop in that sequence, right? Because we don't expect it to be full today. So we'll see when they actually stop.
All right, well, crunch away. Meanwhile, Chris and I will chit-chat about recovery of ship. Chris, what do you think?
You know what? I'm still not sure. I've digested this question now for about 5 minutes while I'm answering that point. I'm not sure. No, it's okay, Alex. You actually weren't answering the question, Alex. You were actually explaining what was going on, so that's fine. I don't know, because I don't think legs are going to be a thing with Starship apart from the landing on the moon and Mars, because they're not going to build towers on there, are they? Let's face it.
Or they will, but they need to land first before they can build.
Exactly. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see. We do need to watch and learn as they progress with these test flights and see what progressions they add to the future vehicles with the reusability in mind, because that is the big key goal of Starship. It's not just reusable, it's rapidly reusable. So how you bring them back and then recycle them for a launch is key. And I do believe that would probably involve some kind of a tower system. So that's where I'm going with this. But I honestly don't know the answer to the question. So I'm making sure I'm caveat this with saying I don't know. But it'd be very fascinating to see.
Hear me out, Chris. Parachutes.
No.
Yeah, it's actually I'm not a fan of parachutes. They're I think Webby said this on a previous stream. They are more of an art than a science. So yeah, I'm joking. No parachutes. OLM continuing to
thanks.
increase its venting. Tower venting. What are we going to see next, Alex? Like, what in the flow do we expect next? Waterfall mode on the OLM?
Yeah, right now we are essentially, just watching the vents, essentially, right? One of the things that we should be seeing, so again, the OLM vent will gradually become more and more active. You can see, actually, can we go back to the previous view? Because it was perfect. Thank you. You can see there that there's two lines going sort of to the left, two big tubes going to the left. Those are the main propellant lines. Those are the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane lines. Both are frosty. There you can see they were not white before, but they are now getting white. That is essentially the frost sticking to the lines as they get cold.
Right.
And I will actually venture to say that perhaps the one on the bottom is the liquid oxygen line, and the one on the top is the liquid methane one, because the one on the bottom is the one that has the OLM vent, and you would invent liquid methane. What they do right now is they flow this liquid oxygen, so what they're venting through that vent is precisely gaseous oxygen. Same deal that, the recondenser and whatnot, or the subcoolers. You flow something that is cold through that line to cool that line, which means that thing gets hot, it becomes a gas, you kind of need to vent it. Hence the OLM vent and the tower vent, of course. The tower vent is essentially the same there as well. So as I was saying, the OLM vent will gradually become more powerful. The next thing that we should see, though, that will actually be something interesting and like a milestone here, will probably be the tower vent. I'm looking here through the timeline. Should be the tower vent should. I mean, I put it here like stops. It just weakens a lot. It just becomes like a trickle essentially. And then a few minutes later, about less than 20 minutes after that, it just comes back again to life. That's sort of the things that we should see here for that tower vent.
Cool. So roughly an hour and 20 minutes or so, give or take, from a notional simulated T0, which means what? Prop load starts in like 30-ish minutes?
Yeah, 30, 40 minutes, yeah.
Sweet. And I love to see that condensation falling down the chine there on the left-hand side. That's just gorgeous. The
One of the
pad
things...
and the vehicle coming to life.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, yeah. One of the other things, because I was mentioning before, when these vents go out, this is a liquid oxygen, because they're venting the liquid oxygen. But what about the methane, though? Well, the methane is a little bit trickier, because, again, they cannot vent it. So the way that we actually get to notice when the methane side of things is becoming active, and actually they're loading methane onto the vehicle, because remember, at least for Flight 4, the timeline had the fuel, the methane, being loaded first on both vehicles, on the set of events, essentially. So one of the things that we should see first is that liquid methane load onto the ship and to the booster. One of the things that we see is that the subcoolers for the methane side become very active. And one of the peculiarities, so to speak, of this tank farm is that of the 4 methane subcoolers, one of them is dedicated to load the ship. So that one in particular becomes active first. And then we know that they're loading that liquid methane onto the ship because we see that single subcooler being very, very active. And so that's when we know, okay, ship methane load has begun. And then when the other 3 are active, like very, very active, and you'll see it, hopefully in like 30 or 40 minutes from now, it just, it goes bonkies essentially, right? It just becomes like this sort of huge venting and very loud venting as well. Like maybe we'll be able to hear that as well today when that happens. It's very loud. It's very active. Yeah. So those vents from the other 3 essentially going off as they load that liquid methane onto the booster.
Good deal. All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on everything. Hopefully, we get into prop load here soon, and this test can be conducted in earnest, and SpaceX can gather some more precious data. Chat has really taken to the bonky scale. Demian Bobby says, subcoolers go cuckoo, kabonk bonk, crazy bananas. Yes, that is what happens at that point in time. That is an accurate, very scientific, and technically described process. Angry American, thanks for the super chat. Dean Brilhart, thank you as well. Many people want me to wear a kilt. Matt Maher, thank you for the support. They say, do you see future road construction to eliminate the need for road closures when transporting at Starbase, especially as cadence continues increasing? At some point, Highway 4 is going to need a good amount of work. Whether that's a widening, whether that's just some turnouts as described in the programmatic environmental assessment, so that they can allow cars to pass something that's being transported on the road. Hard to say, but Starbase has already changed so much in the last 5 years, and beyond that, even in the last 10 years plus. It's gone from a pile of dirt to an actual factual, fully realized launch site and Starship factory. It's not just tents anymore, right? So just extrapolate out the next 5 years. Will Highway 4 get some work and changes? Absolutely. I think it's a no-brainer. It's just a matter of when.
I'm honestly surprised. I go back quite a long time in this as well, never mind the future cadence. I'm honestly surprised that Highway 4 has not been taken over by SpaceX. And hear me out on this one, because I'm sure people are going, well, they can't do that. Because I always assumed that Highway 4 would be required for Starship transportation operations only, and that they would build a different road for people, the locals, to get to the beach. Now, right. I don't know about local laws, and I don't know about the lay of the land there as far as the environmental impact of building a new road, but that's what I assumed. I'm amazed, and obviously it's a very positive thing that people can literally drive down that road and be within a real close distance to this massive rocket. Obviously not right now because it's closed, but yeah, that's what I thought they'd probably do, is build another road for the locals and then take over Highway 4's that stretch from the production site to the launch site themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we get a lot of people asking about stuff like that. Like, why not just build a railroad, or why not just build their own road? Honestly, it's such a tenuous little strip of land all the way from Brownsville out to Boca Chica. I mean, if you've seen some of our recent dailies with that storm that we were talking about, the highway follows really the only high point of the road almost the entire way. And anytime we get any amount of rain, Highway 4 just becomes a massive puddle. Or when the tides are really high, or when the wind is just right, it becomes a massive puddle. So I really, between the nature preserve and between the fact that, like, just the geography of the area, I don't think it's really possible for another road to exist. Now, what would be really great is some sort of bridge between Starbase and maybe Port Isabel or South Padre Island, because it takes like an hour to go from one to the other, even though they're about 5 miles apart, because you have to drive all the way around the Brownsville shipping channel. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. I also think a pipeline would be kind of amazing. They're building a massive liquid natural gas terminal along the shipping channel there. So some kind of natural gas pipeline from there to the launch site. That way, they don't have to truck in all of their commodities. Even just that, reducing the amount of tanker trucks on Highway 4 would go a long way to improving its status, because it's just Swiss cheese at this point. It's just potholes left and right. At some point too, especially if they start transporting ships and boosters to the Cape, they're gonna need to shore up the portion of the road between Massey's and the Port Connector Road, because it's gnarly. And you know, they've used SPMTs to transport ships and boosters along Highway 4 when they've been like tearing it up, and so it's just like gravel in portions. So they could do it, but yeah. Anyways, hopefully Highway 4 gets some love soon. Nikki D is asking, do you think SpaceX was required to recover the parts of Booster 11 from the Gulf by the FAA or another regulatory body? Why would they change their minds about booster recovery? Huh. Alex, was that something that was in their agreements or speculations with the FAA or other regulatory bodies? Also, really quickly, very pretty sundog right above the SpaceX sign. That's gorgeous.
Well, what they have for the programmatic environmental assessment is that if there are any debris that are floating on the ocean, then they have to recover those. But those that sink down to the bottom, they don't need to do that. And they actually expect most of the components on Starship to sink because it's steel essentially. But there are other components like composites, from the COPVs and things like that, which may float. And sometimes even steel can float if it's in a certain shape or it holds like a bubble of air or whatever. So it's whatever floats on the ocean, they'll recover that, and they actually put out a ship out there to gather that, not only just to see the landing when they actually did the splashdowns and whatnot, but also to be able to gather that, just to be in line with what they put in their planning with the FAA, essentially. So I don't think it's a requirement, to be fair, given that. They just probably had some kind of other arguments here or some other thinking to be able to say, okay, we need to recover this. We need to go out there and recover these parts of Booster 11. I jokingly say that what they're doing is just smart reuse, just like ULA. Because in recent times we've seen they've done that with B-1058, B-1062, right, or Falcon 9, and now with Booster 11.
Yep. It kind of was mind-boggling to me that we knew that the general area where Booster 11 came down, and we knew that it was not super insanely deep water. It was like, really, they're just going to leave it out there for prying eyes and fish, and it just doesn't. No, like, I'm glad they pulled it out. One, more data, more better, and surely there's some good data they can gather from this. And two, it's just good stewardship to take your trash out of the ocean. That's one of the things I love about Falcon 9. Is it's like, we're not chucking these things into the ocean. We're actually reusing them. So obviously Booster 11's aft not going to be reused, but good that it's not just sitting at the bottom of the Gulf right now. The Visualis is asking, where does the kilt thing originate from? Honestly, I don't know. I don't even remember at this point. It just...
I thought it was a recent stream where you were saying how much you really love wearing kilts when
Chris,
you're not in... What?
We have some breaking news that you need to stop talking for.
Damn it. Yeah, breaking news comes first.
Honestly, I don't remember. It started what feels like forever ago and has just grown over time. God help me. Here's an interesting one from Short Claude Productions. They're asking, will the rocket stay on the pad before Flight 5 in November, or will it roll back to the build site? Normally, I would say they're definitely going to be moving it back to the build site, as we've seen them do previously. But Kathy Loiters, I hope I'm saying her last name right, tweeted on Saturday that they're going to be sponsoring, they as in SpaceX, are going to be sponsoring a beach cleanup. I believe this upcoming Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the things she said in the tweet was that volunteers will be treated to a full stack Starship as they clean up the beach. So it'll be there at least another week, seemingly, which is slightly irregular. Hopefully longer. I mean, more opportunities to shoot a full stack, more better. Chris,
So no
what do you?
sandwiches?
What?
Since they're going to be treated with full stack. It just sounded like they were going to give them a full stack to eat.
They are going to provide food as well. So if you're in the Brownsville, South Padre, Harlingen, McAllen, whatever area, come on down for that beach cleanup. It's a good thing to do. Help out Boca Chica Beach and beach goers, clean up the beach, see a Starship full stack, and get some tasty grub from SpaceX. That'll be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to it. But Chris,
it's kind of interesting because I think the way it works on the timing means we're not going to lose the full stack anytime soon. We're going to get at least about a week worth of full stack, which is great news. The other thing is that's a regular thing. And on some experts, which is now very tribal and very... there's a lot of... well, you know what the internet's like. Let's not blame X. The internet is very vocal in its, I'm behind a TV screen, I can just type what I want. There's a lot of environmentalists jumping on these recent FAA statements, and they act like the area is being completely decimated by SpaceX.
It's really not.
It's really not. But the fun thing is, that area has had issues with beach garbage and turtles freezing in temperatures they don't like. And since SpaceX has walked in, of course there's negatives to having a massive rocket site next to a beach, but they've also been deeply involved in helping out such turtle rescues. And these beach cleanups are nothing new. They've always been doing it, and SpaceX is getting involved too. So if you're in the area and you want to help out your local area, you're probably going to meet some SpaceX at the same time and see a full stack as well. There's lots of bonuses to be found there. And a lot of these people have latched on to the environmental side without fully understanding that KSC was built on a nature reserve.
Right.
But that's no problem. You've got to really research these things, and I think it's part of our responsibility to point these things out. So I'm glad you took that question.
Yeah, no, it's a good mention. Honestly, I've been coming out here for 5 or 6 years now, and I'm not going to name any names, but I have seen various organizations, shall we say, be poor stewards of the beach. And one of those organizations is not SpaceX. I've seen a lot of people just throwing their garbage on the beach. It's really unfortunate. And I think if you're worried about desecration of Boca Chica Beach, you should look to educating and informing the general public rather than being, complaining about what SpaceX is like. Don't get me wrong. Closing the road, meaning people can't go fish and hang out at the beach during a road closure. Yeah, that's a shame. But you know what? We're going to break some eggs on the road to Mars, and we have to make some small sacrifices. And we should remain good stewards of this perfect gem of a planet that we have. And you just love to see these little cleanups happening. Even, every now and then, just driving around Starbase, I'll see a work crew in high-vis vests and the little grabby sticks just walking up and down Highway 4, picking up, garbage and whatnot. And you love to see it. It's a good thing. Also, people always ask, what do I do when I'm in Brownsville or South Padre Island? Go to Sea Turtle Inc. SpaceX works with them, as Chris was mentioning, to help save any stranded or stunned or injured sea turtles. And you can go to Sea Turtle Inc. You can donate a little bit of money if that's your thing, and you can see sea turtles up close, which is really cool to do. So highly recommend that as well. And props to SpaceX for working with that local organization to ensure the safety of the turtles. Because we all know I like turtles.
Is that tower vent now decreasing a lot? I see Alex typing in the background saying he's not gone, oh. So it's not a big milestone yet, but are we getting closer and closer to what you were talking about earlier?
Well, it's a milestone. It's just not, a really big one. It's just something that we expect, which is, as I explained before, the tower vent appears, then it sort of like dies down. It's a little bit trickle there. It's venting just a tiny bit. and then it reappears again. It just strengthens a lot. It gets a lot more powerful, and it looks sort of like this cape that the tower has. It's usually very, very huge of a vent, and once that second sort of phase of the vent stops, that's when that's like our sign of when the liquid oxygen load begins on the ship. Now, so given that, I've looked at the timings of all of this, and we're essentially on track for sort of like a simulated T0 at 1 p.m. However, we're not expecting today to go all the way down because, again, there's not an evacuation notice or anything like it, so we don't expect them to fully load the vehicles. So that means at some point, very early into the propellant load sequence, they're going to stop that count. I have crunched the numbers a little bit here, and I expect propellant load will begin around 12:13 p.m., essentially in about... oh boy, I don't like doing the numbers right now, but you know what I mean. 12:13 p.m. Central. That will be sort of 15 minutes from now. Yeah, that
All right.
easier.
Well, action picking up. That's exactly what we want to see. I
Mhm.
love that we're able to sort of predict things a little bit, given all of our experience. Obviously, we don't get any official word from SpaceX like, this is the plan for today. But we've seen enough of these tests that we sort of can extrapolate. And by we, I mean Alex and Adrian. Speaking of Adrian, I think Adrian is back because we've been getting a lot of questions about when patch. Adrian?
Yes, when patch. And we, first off, not a stream. And I will explain you why, because I just sat with Daz on a call, and we have something that we want to explain here, why we have not released them yet. We are working on it, and everything was going, well, ahead of schedule until about last week, where something happens that I think a lot of people can relate to here. We have problems with a shipping. I think that's something that happened to everybody here, and it cannot only happen on your everything Amazon order. It can happen on, patches as well. The good news is we have a pretty good chance that we know where they are, and I'm not even joking. Daz is literally in a car right now, chasing the patches. Like we probably have a good idea where we can find them, and that's what we are working on. That's why we are right now delaying this, because we don't want to release something when we are not like fully confident that it's cool, that it's something that we can commit to. We have a timeline and everything. So we are taking a careful step here. And that's why we are right now moving this a bit and waiting for the moment where where DAS has them in their hand.
I know it's not happening, but I wish we could have a camera on DAS's car.
Oh, live stream DAS chase. Yeah.
Like if we sent D up to do a road trip stream with DAS while DAS is like car chase, it's just very on brand. It's very on brand for NSF. I like it. So yeah, no patch today.
Yep.
I know you all are very excited for it, but we're working on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to quickly finish this, and again, thanks for everybody for being patient. I see some very people can relate to all of this. As soon as we have them, we will make sure that if you're a member of the Discord, we will release them, and on the next stream we do, they're out. That's a 100% commitment I'm making to you here. That's the moment I can for sure say we have the patches. You will be able to get them, and they are awesome, and I'm looking forward to that you all see them. And this is just us making sure that we are fine releasing them.
Yeah, and we'll do our best to inform people when they're going to go live. As soon as we have them in hand, we'll get members a link, and definitely stay tuned to NSF on all the socials, because I'm sure Chris will be tweeting about it. I'm sure we'll all be tweeting about it. And so thanks for being patient, and really just thanks. The fact that everybody is so wanting to know what's going on with them, it just shows that people appreciate and enjoy them. So that really means a lot. Y'all are truly the best.
It is awesome, by the way. I'm a terrible leaker, and I've been desperate to show it, but it's not for me to do that. But it is awesome, and we're not just saying that and playing it up. It really is.
Yep, I have seen it, and it is good. Is this waterfall mode? Not
Yeah.
quite, right? Or are we there?
Yeah, the Olin vent will keep going for a little bit.
All right. Adrian, are you hanging out, or you got to go bye-bye again?
If you could give me one more moment, so I'm getting something to drink here, but then I'm ready to jump fully in back in here again. Like give me 2 more minutes.
All right, 2 more minutes. It's 12:02:25. You better
Start
be
the
back
timer.
you better be back by 12:04:30. Really quickly, I do want to thank some more people. St. Miles, thank you so much for the support. They want to know how many super chats in total it would take to see me eating bacon in a kilt. A lot.
You know what? When I started this site off in 2005,
Did you ever
that
think
was not
you'd-
on my bingo card? No.
Oh man. Justin Wayne, thank you for the $20 super chat. I'm not going to read that out loud, but it's there on screen. It's very cursed. Adrula, thank you for the support. They say, shut up, Alex. Adrula, thank you for the support. They say hello from Saudi Arabia. Bad's top. No, we're moving on. 5 Curly L's, thank you so much. They say, thanks, Chris, for taking me off the mystery naughty list.
Oh yeah, can I explain that one because it's important?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes people find they can't talk in chat, mystery, and it acts like we have hidden them. That can happen on YouTube, and you'll. It's not just me saying that. You'll hear that on different streams. I think they call it shadow banning. It's not us. Now, if that happens, and you obviously legitimately know that you've not been an absolute idiot on the stream, and why you may have been hidden by a moderator, it's very rare we hide people. They're usually just spammers. You know, you see on the start of a video when we publish a video, you'll see lots of like bots. That's when we hide people. But if you are thinking it's a genuine mistake and you should not have been hidden, it probably and most likely wasn't us. I do have a technique for getting you on a way of getting back on chat, and I did that with Baz and it worked. So just
Nice.
contact me.
More DMs for Chris, just what he likes.
Yeah.
Vernon Bridges, becoming a Pad Rat member, thank you. Brianna Matthews, thanks for the support. They say, know a certain product in the shop, any guesstimation? We just talked about it. So hopefully you heard the scoop there. Speaking of the scoop, I think we're going to let you go, Chris, unfortunately. But thank you for being on commentary. It's always a treat when the Burgonator joins.
Well, my pleasure. Thanks. I was quickly trying to scroll back to read out that one you didn't want to read out. Here we go. I've got it. My donation to Jack reenacting Marilyn Monroe's stream. Great photo with a kilt and a Starship fund. There we go. Sorry. Well, Justin did kindly support what we're doing. I think it was only fair we read it out. Anyway, yes, that's a mental image for you all. Thanks for having me.
I take back everything nice I ever said about you.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. And taking Chris's place is Adrian. Yay, Adrian.
Hello. I'm looking forward to be back here. What have I missed? Like, I'm honestly, I'm not even joking. I'm out of the loop. So, Alex, can you just update me? Where are we?
You know what's back? Not just you, but the tower event is back.
Hey, segways. We got them.
There you go. It's back. So that keeps us on track. For that simulated T0 at 1 p.m. Central. Again, we're not going to go all the way down, though, because we expect it to be a partial. They could, this is like a very theoretical thing, they could be loading, nitrogen instead of the methane, which could happen, and then they'll be doing, like a cryo kind of thing, and then they could load the entire thing. But we're not expecting that either today. It's very likely that they're loading the real thing, the methane. As you can see there, the vent on the tower is getting very, very strong. Similarly, very similar to the OLM vent becoming waterfall mode, the tower vent also has its own waterfall mode. This is the tower's waterfall mode, essentially.
Yep.
I'm also seeing, you can see there, the subcoolers. You remember the Pope vent, the one that sticks up vertically? There's a little vent to the left that is the ship liquid methane subcooler, the one dedicated to the ship. It is venting. However, I don't think that's the full power. It's like a 2-stage kind of thing. I even have it on my own spreadsheet, but I didn't go into that detail before. There's like this sort of like low pressure vent kind of thing, and then it goes even more bonkies later.
All right. So
when
when
they
are
actually
we thinking we're going to start to see frost?
potentially it should be maybe around 12:20. At least by that time we should already have something at least on the ship potentially. I'm looking here at the times. It's
Good
about
deal.
7 minutes into the ship propellant load. I'm expecting the propellant load on the ship to start in basically like 6 minutes from now. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, things are going to start happening in rapid succession here, and the loading
Yeah.
of propellants on Starship is insanely fast, especially when you consider just how much they're going to load for a launch, anyways. Again, we expect today's test to be partial due to the fact that the village has not been evacuated. There's no marine safety information bulletin. Other factors like that lead us to believe that whatever test they're doing today, we're not going to see a fully loaded, fully frosty vehicle. We could, maybe, if, like Alex said, if it turns out to be nitrogen and not the actual propellants, but everything we're seeing so far seems to indicate that they're actually using the actual propellants today. So when we get to that point where the ship starts getting frosty and the booster starts getting frosty, expect them to get significantly frosty, but do not expect, like, when the frost line stops rising, basically don't be like, oh no, they're having a problem. Nope, we're fully expecting that at this point. So just sort of setting the table here, setting up expectations. This should be a really beautiful looking test. It's a beautiful day out here in Starbase today. No complaints from me.
And also another thing to point out, though, most of my times are based on what happened for Flight 4. Every single flight, we've seen tweaks to the timelines. Because, eventually they want to get as, the most optimized propellant load that they can, right, with the current hardware. And guess what? The tank form has changed. Not substantially, but somewhat since Flight 4. So expect some of the times to, shift around by a few minutes here and there. Like, for example, this tower vent sort of like coming back to life again. I was expecting it to be around 12:08, and it actually was like 12:05, 12:06. So I was off like by like 2 or 3 minutes. Sort of to be expected.
Yeah, makes sense. Just a gorgeous day. This is that new camera we were talking about earlier, the Rocket Ranch Outpost camera. You'll love to see it. What a great view.
Isn't this south?
Oh, is this south? I'm an idiot. They're kind of similar.
No,
Wait.
you will see the heat shield. No, the leeward side of the ship instead of from the side.
Now I am going to backseat operate. Jay, can we see the ranch cam? I want to compare. No, we can't. I am a bad boy. I messed up. There's a tech reason. Okay. All right. Let's see. More questions. Panzer's asking, when do you think Starship will start launching payloads? I'm guessing Flight 8. So this is Flight 5 vehicles. 30 and 11, or sorry, 30 and 12. Flight 6 will be 31 and 13.
So you're saying
Flight
34?
7 will be 33 and 14. Yeah. I guess that would be 34. I would agree with that. Flight 8.
I also correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but 34 was the very like clean and sophisticated nose cone tip we saw, right, the other day.
Yeah.
So I think that might be that flight. So I agree. The first flight of 34.
Ooh, I like that you said the first flight of 34, as if there might be.
At some point I have to wager that, right?
Right. Yeah, which will be the first Starship to refly? I mean, presumably they'll refly boosters before they refly ships, but eventually they want full reuse of the entire system. So interesting. Yeah, I would say Flight 8.
I mean, it's the whole I think with boosters, are we already in the territory where we are sure that the booster assignment right now is the booster assignment that it is?
Nope.
At what point? I don't think the first catch one will ever refly. I think that there's a 0% chance that happens.
Yep.
But best case scenario, like they catch on flight 6, for example. Would they refly that booster? I mean,
I think it's entirely possible, if not probable. That would make a lot of sense.
yeah. The first one you disassemble to get all the data. The second one you refly to get even more data. That's my take.
Yeah, that would make sense. Alex, any thoughts?
On what specifically?
He didn't pay attention.
He didn't listen. He wasn't listening. He was too busy with his spreadsheet doing number stuff like a nerd.
And looking at cameras. I was actually typing in the back channel. We're potentially within a couple of minutes of ship fuel load starting.
All right. Well, that was good information, so I'm not going to give you too much guff. But the question was, when do you think Starship will launching payloads? Panzer's guessing Flight 8.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I have no idea. When these things happen, it's like...
You're so bad at these answers.
He's so bad at predictions. It's insane.
Why did I even ask you?
Yeah,
why did I even bother
look at
asking
that.
you?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Tower vent off.
Oh, yeah, and ship loading.
Ship loading.
Told you.
Alex is literally moving Starship into fueling so he doesn't have to answer prediction questions.
That's amazing. Good question, though, from Panzer. That's a solid one.
Looks like they're doing...
Actually, it's a liquid rocket.
First.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
You're good. Six String Simpleton is asking, what indicators did we have for the static fire? What? I heard an O.
No, because I said, remember when I said that the tower vent going, like dying off meant liquid oxygen load? And then I said for flight 4, it was fuel load first, then a couple of minutes later, liquid oxygen load. There you can see that tower vent is off, which means liquid oxygen load is ongoing, but also the subcoolers for the ship side is now properly venting. That is also indication of fuel load, methane load onto the ship. And now you can see the booster side of the subcoolers on the methane side of the tank farm are also starting to get active.
They're going.
That is not an indication, but it's sort of like a step. I believe the booster side of things is also very similar to the ship side, where it's like it has one sort of mode, and then it actually goes even more bonkier, I guess. I don't know how to say that.
More bonky or more better?
I guess, but yeah, it's essentially we're right now. We're right now on propellant load, at least for the ship. We're just minutes away for the booster.
Good.
And that means we are let's be real, the fueling is kind of fast. So we are probably looking at 15 or so minutes until they are reaching height of fuel here, because we don't expect this to go super high, right?
Yeah, I will say that probably it will last another 15 minutes, and then it'll stop maybe towards around 12:30 p.m. We'll see that propellant load stop, and it seems only 15 minutes. 50 minutes. The whole process is 50, which means you're essentially between 1/5 and 1/4 of the whole thing, right? Between 20 and 25% of the propellant load already completed. So it's not insignificant. That's a lot of propellant on the vehicles.
Yeah, no kidding. I guess we haven't really talked about this in detail yet. We're expecting that partial load based on the lack of an evac and lack of a marine safety information bulletin, but why do a mini wet dress rehearsal or whatever prop load test that they're doing right now versus a full one? What would be the reasoning behind that?
I mean, it's the same reason why you don't need all of these notices, to buy down risk. The probable answer is that a wet dress rehearsal it's inducing a lot of risk to the vehicle, right? You're basically prepping it all the way to flight pressure. That's I would say it's basically almost as risky as a static fire. You put your vehicle through a lot. So since they last tested both of these vehicles, they went under several modifications. They had changes to their overall structure, and they were working on them. So it makes sense to buy down risk a bit and perform one more test. And just put it through its paces, make sure everything works. Look if that works well. And you're also buying down risks on the tank farm itself, right? Because the tank farm also has to move around 5,000 tons of propellant. So
Yeah, no big deal.
yeah, like why not for the first test make it a bit slower? It's not like they're in a hurry right now, from what we can tell. So yeah, they just perform an additional safety test. And to be fair, I noticed what I said there, and there's probably about to be some people being like, "Oh, so thanks to the FAA, they perform a slower test." No, they did these tests before as well. Like this test has been performed in the past.
The other thing I was thinking is you just save on propellant. You don't have to, use as much propellant for a mini wet dress rehearsal, which A, has safety considerations, and B, I mean, let's face it, there's probably monetary and logistical considerations there as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's
What?
interesting.
What?
We have some
Engine
kind
chill
of venting.
Is that coming from the engine chill pipe?
From the engine section of ship
From the engine section, yeah.
30. That's
new.
Wild move right there.
Yeah, because it's coming out from the hot stage ring, from the vented,
which means
interstage.
engines.
Yeah, right. That's weird.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
cool.
They may do a spin prime. Can you imagine?
Please don't do a spin prime with a stacked vehicle. But it's coming out of engines there. That's the sea levels, right?
That's insane.
Yeah, you can see a lot of those lines getting frosty as well.
Yeah, but I think it's coming from the sea levels. Like you could saw that there was like a puff from the middle, because the engine you can see there on the right, that's a vacuum, right? Because that should be the one vacuum to the right, and the sea levels are kinda dark and they're like tucked in there. I think. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll keep our eyes on
back
it.
on the feeds here.
You can see the QD arm and its prop lines super frosty and condensating. We should see a frost line on the ship here momentarily. This is awesome.
Yeah,
I love when new things happen as part of the flow, because then that means we get to learn things.
Yep.
Someone saying in chat, please move the crane.
Yeah,
I do that, but SpaceX. Move the crane.
They had to park it there. Like, come on.
Yeah, if they follow very similar sequences from the Flight 4, then we should be seeing a frost line essentially in a couple of minutes from now.
Sweet. I like that. I do, as we get into the sort of rapid fire loading process here, really quickly want to mention that NSF is on whatever social channel you choose to subscribe to. We're on Twitter or X. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. We're on even TikTok. So follow NSF on the socials, especially if you're trying to find out when the Flight 5 patch is going to drop. That's a really good way to stay up to date. So check out NSF on whatever social feed of choice you prefer.
See that venting from the subcoolers from the left-hand side of the methane subcoolers? How they are a lot more active and actually very on par with the ones for the ship? I'm not going to call it right now, but I would say that's probably an indication of fuel load onto the booster. So methane being loaded onto the booster.
And the frost ring on the ship, right?
Oh, yeah.
That on the lock tank?
Yeah.
Yep.
And also you can see the engine chill pipe is frosty as well.
Yep.
So, chat, if you're looking at the ship on the right side of the screen there, you can see the aft flap and where the thermal protection system sort of goes more leeward on the ship and sort of is that area behind the aft flap. And yeah, there you go. You can see the frost right there. This is a way better view despite the crane. Yes, we have frost on the ship. We have liquid oxygen loading onto ship 30. Also, you can see the socials there in the top right. Those are the socials. Follow the socials. Do all the things. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't. You know how YouTube works. If you like what we do, follow us places.
So just to keep us, aware of what we should expect next, we have fuel load onto both stages. We have liquid oxygen load on the second stage. Now what we're missing is the liquid oxygen load onto the booster. That'll be when the OLM vent stops. So that should be the next item to look out for.
Look at that frost. It always there's something special about seeing a Starship frost up.
It really is.
It really gives you this feeling of action time, right?
Yep.
It's an absolutely magnificent view, and it has become such a character for this vehicle because the frost is so pronounced on a Starship. It's so visible. So it's really become a major characteristic of this vehicle. So I love it.
It's just, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it, I'm sure, many times again. It's the vehicle coming to life. You can really get a sense, especially with the audio, of this thing is like a living, breathing creature with an insane amount of power. And it's coming to life. Oh, we have frost on the methane.
Frost, yes.
Yep.
Excellent.
I think I see a frost string on the booster. It's hard to see.
There's a lot of venting in the way.
That should be in a few minutes. Essentially, around the time the OLM vent stops, we should see that frost ring as well on the booster methane tank.
Excellent.
At least from the Flight 4 timeline.
Yeah, and just once again, it's absolutely mind-boggling the rate at which they're able to load propellants on this thing. The entire propellant load sequence takes 50 minutes, and it's 5,000 tons of propellant. That's 1,000 tons of propellant every 10 minutes. That's insane. Did I do the math right? I'm bad at math. Either way, it's insane how fast they can load propellants.
Look at those coolers. Look at that.
Oh, that's a lot of venting. That's a
lot of venting.
We explained before that this means the more this vents, the more we have boil off of nitrogen, the more propellant is flowing through this. So you literally can see right now how there's a heat exchange, and this is literally the boil off from the rapid cooling down of the liquids that go into the vehicle. So that's why it's so violent. That's the propellant flowing through.
Amazing. Frost lines on the ship continuing to rapidly rise. This is exciting. Yes.
Look at that vent.
Oh, wow.
Everything is alive.
Everything has come alive. The vehicle is being fed its rocket food. I can't even talk. I'm so excited. That doesn't even make sense, Jack. What are you saying?
You can tell that we have not had a lot of Starship streams lately. There's been we needed to get this out of our system.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Starship streams recently, I was about to answer the question from Six String Simpleton about what indicators we had for the recent static fire of Ship 31 at Massey's, what set it apart from a spin prime, igniting the engines. That's a boring answer. We didn't know it was going to be a static fire. We suspected it might be, given the previous tests we'd seen with 31, but like we have said many times, we don't get sort of updates from SpaceX in terms of what's going on. And a lot... I try to explain to... Oh, what?
We have booster fuel. Essentially, the methane tank is getting frosty on the booster.
Excellent.
I see a frost line.
Excellent. But yeah, to complete my thought, a lot of times when I'm explaining to friends what I do out here in Starbase in particular, is I'm kind of just constantly on call. Just 24/7 on call. If a robot needs maintenance, if a test is happening, if something's rolling out. What is a sleep schedule? Is that...
I don't know.
I'm told that that's a thing some people have.
I know Jamie wants to switch to the frost on the methane tank of the booster, but if we could do a side-by-side instead of full screen, because the OLM vent will also stop soon.
Look at that.
Are you really backseat operating, Alex? You're backseat operating again.
I'm just... No. I'm just saying. We may also want to look out for that OLM vent. That's only what I'm saying.
I've been told by a voice in the back channel that there might not be Jay producing anymore.
Oh, maybe we have KMR. Maybe we have the one and only KMR on hand. Lovely. Ooh, look at that view.
I love it.
You can see how much frost is on that methane tank on the booster. You can see the ship getting good and frosty. The massive cloud of condensation around the launch site, filling up the flats there. Just absolutely gorgeous. God, I hope my time-lapse camera that's right next to this camera works. It's going to be sick if it works.
By the way, I quickly want to shout out Kevin Michael Reed, who's operating right now, also has his birthday today. So everybody in chat, make sure to wish Kevin a happy birthday.
What?
Because he's literally operating a Starship stream right now on his birthday.
That is the true NSF experience. I drove here. The last time I drove here from LA was on my birthday because Flight 3. So that is 100% the real NSF experience. That is dedication. Happy birthday, Kevin. Congratulations on another orbit. You are now older.
Look at that. Oil and vent stopped. We
Oil and
are
vent
into
stopped.
liquid oxygen load onto the booster.
This reverse loading process that they've started
So
doing
weird.
recently is so weird to me. Like, wouldn't you want to fill
It's
the
coming
LOX
down
tank
to
on the booster first? It doesn't make any sense.
It's most likely coming down to subcoolers actually, because they're
Really?
because they just have a certain amount of subcoolers dedicated to each tank, and they basically just go, how quickly can you fill up vehicle based on these subcoolers, and then you go back, and since the amount is shaping up to be like this, that's why they load this way. It's
Fascinating.
most likely just that. They just need this time to fill up the methane tank versus the liquid oxygen tank.
Yeah, that makes
You know,
sense.
On Falcon 9, they do first the first stage because it's bigger, right? And then the second stage because it's smaller, but also because if you think about it, you want the second stage to be loaded the latest, essentially. Because it's the one that it's going to orbit and it's going to be doing all this stuff. It's the one that with the largest amount of delta V. So you want to pack the propellant as late as possible so that it is as cold as possible when you launch the rocket. However, on Starship, it's the opposite. So it's very intriguing how, they don't do the booster first. But I think it all comes down to what Adrian said. The booster has so much propellant on it that it probably is just best to leave it last. Like, you load the ship first, or at least to a substantial amount, and then you load the booster, and then keep going with the ship, because they share a lot of these resources, or some of the resources, not a lot, but some of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Wow. There we go.
Look at that.
There's the Rocket Ranch outpost cam. That is a gorgeous view. I love the clouds in the background. I love that we can look across the, I don't even know what to call it, bay? Estuary? Sometimes salt flats, sometimes ocean. Ooh, and we get to zoom out too. Excellent. You can see a lot of the residual water that's still, shall I say, plaguing Starbase from all the storms. It's no joke. Very cool. And once again, thanks to Rocket Ranch for letting us put a camera at their outpost viewing location. You too can be at their outpost viewing location for launch. So be sure to check them out. I believe the !ranch command in chat will get you the link to them. Imagine the view of liftoff.
Yeah,
and
this
I can't.
view at liftoff.
Because I watch from a very similar location just up the road, which is our river lot, and yeah, it's truly an outstanding vantage point. So that's ooh, yeah, I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. Good deal. Once again, thanks to Anthony and thanks to Rocket Ranch, because I love this new camera. And we can't get new cameras without support from y'all. So Josh Zero, thank you for the super chat. Chazzy Mac, thank you for the super chat. They say, aloha again from Hawaii. Have we seen any pad improvements on the landing area, or do you expect landing energy to not have a similar effect to takeoff energy? I'm sure it's less thrust to the land. I mean, landing area would be the chopsticks, right? And we've seen a whole bunch of work on them recently.
Yeah, they have basically not left anything unturned on this system in the last few months. We have seen reinforcements, of a lot of the chopsticks, but we even have seen some work on the ship QD, on the booster QD. There's work basically everywhere to reinforce the weaknesses of the system. So yeah, they are aware this could be a violent event, I think.
Right. Frost continuing to rise. It hasn't stopped yet, right?
Not yet.
And we don't
We
have
have
any frost
seen,
on the
though-
booster LOX tank yet, right?
We have it. Yep. We
Oh, we
already
do.
have it. The problem is in this view, all of the methane subcoolers are blocking that view, the booster
There we go.
liquid oxygen tank. But there you go.
Beautiful.
What a problem
love
to
it.
have, right? When the tank farm is like blocking a little bit of the rocket just because it's going bonkers.
Going so crazy. Yeah. Ethereal Swordsman, thanks you for the $10 super chat. Very generous of you to say, happy birthday, KMR. Here's some money for a cake. What's Kevin's favorite kind of cake? Space Pope, the Space Pope, with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. They say, happy birthday, KMR. That's extremely generous of you. I don't even, what do you even say to that? Thank you.
What's your favorite cake, Jack?
Chocolate.
That's
Like a double chocolate. Just murder me with chocolate, please. That's what there's a shop in LA called Porto's. It's like a Cuban bakery, and they make a double chocolate cake with like some chocolate shavings on top and dark chocolate frost. It's so good. If you ever in LA, go to Porto's. They're amazing.
Kevin saying, by the way, he wants ice cream cake because he loves ice cream.
Okay, that's a move. Nothing wrong with it. Ice cream cake good, cookie cake good. Oh God, now I want cake. What have we done?
Mine is Black Forest cherry cake.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
I will post a picture for you in the back channel, and you tell me if you think it's good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as we have a frosty booster in ship here, I guess ice cream cake is appropriate. Oh, that looks very good. All right, let's talk about something else besides cake, because I'm getting hungry. Mats, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Once again, thank you, Mats, and everybody who's gifting the memberships. Make sure if you just got one, you thank the person who gifted it to you, like Tim, who gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Nick with a super chat asking when Starbase update. I suspect we will premiere Starbase update once this testing wraps up. Gotta love SpaceX giving us scheduling fun time as usual. Alex, you made a sound. Why did you make a sound?
I believe we are probably already done with a fuel load, with methane load. And as you can see there, the tower vent has come back. So for the ship, at the very least, I think this is it. This is going to be like all that we're going to see in terms of frost. The reason for that, and the OLM vent has also come back. So propellant load has finished, essentially. This is all that we're going to see in terms of the propellant load and the frost on the vehicles.
Interesting. So that could very well be the partial load that we were expecting to see. Look at the condensation. Just being lightly blown by the wind on one side of the chine and then sort of collecting in the lee of that chine on the left side of it. That's just gorgeous.
So this might be the like moment they are stopping the countdown, because I still think how this goes is basically they run a launch countdown and then they just have a sequence break at some point. They basically say this is the stop point.
Right, like we're gonna pretend that it's a launch. We're only going to fill it up so much. We're going to leave that fuel on the vehicle. Look at the shadow of the grid fin. That's really cool too.
Yep.
And yeah, so presumably they're continuing with the count internally. They have paused loading. They will go all the way through a simulated T0, and then they will unload the propellant.
It's kind of like an abort, right? You can basically fuel up until this point, and then somebody makes like a fictional hold,
right? And
you're then practice your abort sequence, because it's abort sequences and unfueling of rocket is such an underrated topic, because we are always talking about like how complicated it is to fuel a rocket and to get it ready. It's basically as complicated to unload the rocket. You still need to move that propellant. You still need to make sure your rocket doesn't collapse, as seen evident by previous Starship prototypes.
SN3.
Yep, rip SN3. So it's such a delicate and interesting maneuver. So it totally makes sense for them to get practice in it, because, well, if you launch rockets, you abort some.
Yeah, and if you think about it, a fully fueled rocket is not that far off from a bomb or some kind of explosive device. There's a lot of energetic potential there, shall we say. So not only is loading it very important, but safely unloading it is also very important. Good point, Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know some people did some calculations before the first flight of Starship. And a very bad case scenario would be one of the biggest human-made explosions that are non-nuclear in the history of the world. Like, this is 5,000 tons of basically perfect mixture ratio, liquid oxygen and methane. That's a lot. Plus the tank farm. There is quite a lot of explosive potential in this.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, Alex, what was the predicted, simulated, suspected, potential, speculative asterisk T0 for today's test based on what we've seen so far?
I had sort of guessed that it might be around 1 p.m. This stopped around 12:35 p.m. Central, so it stopped around the T-minus 25-minute point in the count.
All right.
Is there an interesting event in there exactly at 25 minutes why they might abort here, or is that just a propellant load limitation? I'm always wondering why they choose certain points.
I have no idea, if I'm being honest.
My guess is that they get to a point with loading where, first off, you have to chill down all the GSE, right? That's the tower vent, that's the OLM vent. Then they have to start loading, which I imagine, I am so not a rocket scientist. This is all me speculating here. But I imagine when you are beginning to load or beginning to unload, it's like a transient time. It's a transition time, right? Versus once you're already started and the vehicle is accepting propellants and everything is working nominally, you're kind of entering into a steady state where the loading is like more uniform. Does that make any sense? So my guess is they got to a point where the tank farm would reach that sort of steady state loading, and then they pause so that they don't have to load all of the propellant and waste a bunch of propellant and do an evac and do a marine safety bulletin and all that. So they can get all the way up to that steady state loading point and know, yep, everything's working great. If we continued, everything would be nominal because we can see that, and then they just hold there. Does that make any sense, or am I just babbling? I've had a lot of Red Bull.
I think it makes sense. It also probably approaches a point where we would have to get a bigger exclusion zone or evacuation zone.
Right.
Because you're at some point have enough propellant in there that is required. And if I'm not mistaken, the sheriff is still at the normal road closure point that we always observe, which means this was, by the way, also planned because they tend to, on a wet dress rehearsal that goes all the way, leave that road closure point at some point and go all the way back to close to our riverside because they need to also evacuate. Like there's a safety border around this stack, and they also can't be in that. So that's why they leave. And to my knowledge, they are at the normal closure point.
Yep. Yeah, good shout on that too. Another one of those little indicators that we sort of can look at and tell a little bit, read the tea leaves and see what's going on. Speaking of what's going on, Tim Schneider gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you, Tim. James L. with a super chat saying, I want to see Tower 1 and Tower 2 stacked at the same time. I think we all do.
Yes.
We know that they're going to do a refurb on Pad A and Tower 1 after Tower 2 and Pad B come online. But I hope before that refurb happens, if only just for a photo op, they have 2 full stacks ready to go sometime in the next year or two on the pad. How amazing would that be?
There's 0% chance that SpaceX missed that photo opportunity.
I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, there's knowing SpaceX is kind of good about sending messages with pictures. I think they tend to have that very well. And I think the moment they have the opportunity to put 2 of their because it sends a message, right? It sends this message of hey, we are here having the biggest rocket of all time 2 times on the pad. We are able to support this 2 times. It's like this message of mass production almost, and
Right,
I
and
think that's what they're going for.
it's not even just like a PR flex or anything. Like SpaceX needs to prove to NASA and themselves that they can support the Artemis program, which they have been given billions of dollars to do so. And part of that support of the Artemis program is going to be launching a lot of Starships, not just the human lander variant, but also all of the tankers that are necessary to support that. So it wouldn't even just be like oh, how cool is this kind of thing. Like, it's a necessary step. It's a necessary step on the way back to the moon and onto Mars.
Didn't they also go for that kind of messaging when they returned Falcon to flight the other month, when they said oh, free Falcons on free launch pads ready to go?
Right.
They had the messaging about that, I think, on X.
Yeah. Good shout there from James L. Peter, thank you for the $20 super chat. That's very awesome of you. Also, the Schidler, thank you for the $20 super chat as well. Again, I don't want to spend all stream reading these out, but I want to make sure people know that we appreciate them, because I say it every time. We can't do this without y'all. Ooh, Lars, getting L2 lifetime in the store. Shout out to L2. A lot of people don't know. NSF did not start out as a YouTube channel. NSF started out as a news website covering shuttle and also a forum. News website and forum still exist. If you did not know that, I don't know how you could not know that, but if you did know, those both still exist. And there is a special, fancy, paid section of the forum, which we call L2. So that's what Lars just got access to for his entire life. And yeah, Booster 1058 in chat saying L2 rules. I would tend to agree. There's all kinds of really cool stuff in there that's not really anywhere else on the web. So check out L2 if you never have. Let's see. Phillips Junk is asking, is there a screen that prevents a screen burn-in from watching your stream all day? Adrian, would that be the members multi-view maybe?
Maybe. It switches around, but I'm pretty sure that you don't get a burn-in from our stream, because, well, I have it open all day. I have a monitor dedicated to Starbase Live.
Same.
And I know there are other team members, there are other people here that also have a dedicated Starbase Live monitor. So,
Neat Pizza in our back channel saying that there have been burn-ins from NSF streams.
Oh my god.
That's great.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is. Oh god.
Yeah, you need a screen that's not a plasma. It's not an OLED. You need an LCD, a modern LCD that should not really suffer from burn-in quite so bad. But if you're watching on a plasma, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, don't be sorry, because I wish I had a nice big plasma screen. They're the best. But
also, you can just if the ticker burns in, you can just always pretend that everything is NSF, right? You just watch everything else, and you're like, oh, this is NSF.
Wow, NSF is doing F1 coverage now. This is amazing.
That's crazy.
These commentators sound different. Oh, good stuff.
They don't talk about bacon.
It's so weird.
Bacon. Can we please not talk about food? I woke up today and got right on the stream and did not eat anything. So
same.
Let's not talk about food.
Yeah, but I think
we three are in that situation.
Yeah, as the person who woke up 2 of you. Well, actually, no.
No, you didn't wake me up.
True. I called Alex, and he was just not he just needed a warning. I woke up Jack.
Yeah, no, you full on. I was like, huh?
Yeah, we tested for background here. We tested even the wake up sequence for Jack. We tested if the iPad would ring.
Yeah, we did, because I wanted to make sure I didn't sleep through it. But I was also exhausted. We had a nice little barbecue. Dan, his wife, Caesar, Anthony, and myself last night at the ranch. So it was a little bit of a late night. So yeah, I wanted to make sure. So thank you for testing the wake up sequence with me, Adrian.
Yep.
Oh god, and I said we're not going to talk about food. Now I want more barbecue.
Also, I'm seeing chat already bringing up food. that after you said not to bring up food. So
Nicole just made pumpkin chocolate chip cookies. I've never
Oh.
had that, but that sounds really tasty.
I love pumpkin.
I
Pumpkin
miss
is delicious.
Freddy's from the US.
Oh no! Oh man! Stop it! Stop. Okay, moving on. We're moving on.
We need to
fries
really
are
get
so
off of
good.
food. I'm so hungry.
Okay, so what is going on right now with the vehicle, Alex? It looks like the frost has paused, but there is no longer a tower or OLM vent. What are we looking at?
Yeah, that's usually normal. You remember when I said that there's, the liquid oxygen line, especially here on the OLM, when it goes up to the QD and whatever, the quick disconnect and all of that, and there's a vent, they're venting the oxygen that goes through the line. If you think about detanking, it is the same as, putting the thing on the tank. When the OLM vent stops, they're putting stuff on the tank because they're closing the valve, and now things can go into the vehicle. If you're detanking and you open the OLM vent, you're essentially dumping that liquid oxygen away, right? They've sometimes done that in the past. Let's be honest, it wouldn't be the first time they do that, but it's not very often. However, as I was saying, if you close that valve, now you can pump it back to the tanks, to the ground tanks. And so not seeing an OLM vent is sort of what we expect when they are detanking. And the same thing applies to the tower vent. It's pretty much the same. So yeah, the non-existence, the non-appearance of those two vents is completely normal. The signs of detanking are not always right away because the tanks get so cold that you need a really decent amount of detanking ongoing already to see that frost, defrosting essentially, getting heated up and going away. So wait a few minutes, 10, 20 minutes, and we'll start seeing those signs of defrosting.
All right. Do you think we'll get some deluge action or anything like that today? You never say never, but I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I wouldn't say that there's no chance for that, but they seem to like to do it when they actually go through the full propellant load sequence. If you can imagine, as Adrian was saying, this is like an abort, right? It's like they're doing, oh, oops, an abort, right? And so in the case of an abort, when you're trying to launch and you have an abort, you don't run all the way down to T0 and actually activate the deluge, right? Or the detonation suppression system even. You just, detank the rocket and recycle for another attempt at another point. So I would expect, again, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen today. I'm just saying that it's a lot likely for it to happen when they actually do the full thing, hopefully in a couple of days from now.
Yeah. Love that grid fin shadow.
Yeah, that grid fin shadow is that's absolutely stunning. I love that
Gorgeous.
reflection. I still want the diamonds back. There, I said it.
The diamonds?
When they were diamond shaped, like the
Oh
the
no,
old
I
design.
like the rectangle ones. The diamond ones look weird to me.
They look more like hearts. Look at that.
Yeah,
Or is it just my eye?
No, I mean the general shape of the grid fin, but yeah, Jack is wrong. That's better now. So Al.
The little shadow, they do look like hearts. They do look like hearts.
Wait,
go ahead.
You like this grid fin shape more than the old diamond shape?
Yes, I do.
That's so weird.
No, they just look better.
Is better.
What I don't like is that they don't fold. I wish.
Oh yeah, that's I hate that. I get it. It's one of these things where I'm like, oh, I'm glad it's engineering like better, but I'm so mad that is the right way to do it.
Right. Yeah. Also, I am so worried. I'm so worried about version 2 in the booster. If they go to 3 fins instead of 4.
And on the propellant tanks, which is like, what?
Right.
You have no grid fins on the methane tank? What are you doing?
Yeah, how is that going to work? You're going to put the mechanisms that power the grid fins inside that? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Or maybe they are fixed, which will be even worse.
Oh God, stop it!
Fixed grid fins.
Stop
I mean,
it!
we did a whole video about this, right? Where basically like when we did the whole V2 V3 video, and the video just turned into us asking questions because we're like,
Yeah, right.
well,
Why is this way?
Yeah, why and how?
Why and why this and why that and how are you doing this and how like it was so shocking to see those renders. It was like, wait, what?
Yep.
And the more you dug, it's like it's like the more you look at the renders and the more you analyze what they're trying to tell you, it's like, wait, are the grid fins, like a lot of people were looking at the grid fins and were like, oh, there's the the integrated hot staging ring or whatever, and I'm like, wait. Did you see the grid fins are in the methane tank? Like, what?
Yeah, and it's crazy because when those renders first sort of dropped, we were like, oh, probably just renders, probably got a bunch of stuff wrong, etc.
But the ship.
And as time has gone on, and we've actually seen version 2 ship hardware, it's like, actually, those renders might have been pretty accurate, which is wild to think about.
I don't like that because I think V3 looks hideous.
It does. It looks so gross. I hate it. But
The
maybe
long
when we
ship.
see it in person for the first time, I will hate it less, as I have with version 2 of Starship.
Is this a new episode of the detanking podcast right now?
We have the flame trench. We might as well have the detanking podcast.
Yeah,
We can talk about cake and kilts.
Yeah, this is the detanking podcast where we just talk about things that are thrown at us.
Let's see. Let's do some more questions. How about?
I like that. I like questions.
Jan is asking, when is the last time the tank farm was active? Last flight test? Well, I mean, it kind of depends on what you define as active. When was the last time the tank farm was used to fuel a vehicle? Yeah, the last flight.
No.
No, actually, no, because there's been a booster static fire since then, right?
Yeah. I was gonna be like, whoa, what? No.
I beat you.
Jack.
I beat you to it.
I always
Joshua-
wanted these situations. I want an Alex face cam because Alex for sure is sitting there like,
Of course.
What?
That would
Like,
be
what did
pretty
you
good.
say?
Oh, where did it go? I lost the Here it is. Joshua Garvey's asking, do you think they will wait for a full wet dress rehearsal closer to the actual launch date? Do we expect this to be the final sort of pre-launch test for this vehicle, or do we think they'll do a full WDR, perhaps closer to end of November?
it's a good question. It depends on if they want to modify something else. Honestly, so I expect that there will be a full wet dress rehearsal this week or next week. Like it feels right to me because I feel like So there's two things here. A, they for sure want to prove this vehicle and like get it done and move it, like check it out of the way. I think there's a second part of this where they also want to send a message, and part of the message will be to perform a wet dress rehearsal. And so I think they want to perform one. And then, honestly, I'm not sure if they will perform another one. I could see this being the last. Like, I could see this being the second to last test before flight, and then a wet dress rehearsal later in this week to be the last test of the stack before flight.
Alex, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be doing the wet dress rehearsal this week. You know, essentially in a couple of days from now, at the very least. I've actually seen a lot of people asking this, like, is it normal for them to have a wet dress rehearsal this soon? And it's like, yes, actually, for Flight 1, they did the wet dress rehearsal in January, and then they launched in April. And back then, we had the same questions, where a lot of people were saying, "Oh, they're doing the wet dress. That means they're gonna be launching soon." And we got a lot of questions as well back then. I remember very perfectly those questions where they asked, where people were asking, just like right now, and I'm seeing chat full of these questions today. Will SpaceX just launch without any approval from the FAA? And I will tell you the same thing as I said during the Flight 1 thing. The partial tanking test and the full wet dress rehearsal, which is, who knows? SpaceX they sometimes like to break the rules. Let's be honest. It's sort of part of the whole deal. It will definitely not be good though, from a regulatory standpoint. I think that cooler heads will prevail. I think that's the expression, right?
I've never heard that, but I want to put it on a shirt.
Well, good thing you're on the store team.
Yeah, cooler heads will prevail.
More questions. Keep the questions coming, y'all. At NASASpaceflight in chat, we'll
Yep.
see your question pop up here.
Honestly, we just throw it at us. If you have any questions, just throw them.
Patrick is asking, do you think there'll be more chopstick testing, especially with booster 14.1? I suspect so, but
Yes.
that kind of conflicts with the thinking that this rocket might sit on the pad for quite some time.
I don't think it will sit on the pad I think they will remove it, but they will just park it. And sit it there like with crossed arms and be like I want to launch.
The funny thing is, 14.1 was modified precisely to keep testing, and they have not continued the testing.
Right. So, seems logical that they will do some more testing with 14.1 at some point. We were getting a nice tilt down on the ship there. You can see the frosty methane tank and the frosty LOX tank.
Yeah, pan down.
Alex, stop it. You know better. You can even see some ice falling off the QD lines. There's the booster's methane tank, good and frosty. And some shipping containers for the giant yellow crane. Whee! Cool. More
Do
questions.
we have that as
No.
ringtone?
Nope, moving on. This is a fun one.
Flip it.
No, Justin Byram is asking, if they park the vehicles, won't they potentially degrade if the ship sits outside for weeks? Ha! As if it already hasn't
I know why
been
you're laughing.
sitting outside for weeks. I mean, it's pretty standard for Starship. You know, they're still in a lot of ways, despite all the bays and the Mega Bay 1 and 2 having doors, they're still in a lot of ways building these things just out in the open in Starbase. So, yeah, well, I don't think it would degrade. Adrian, do you think it would degrade?
No, I don't. Dad's vehicle sitting outside a lot.
Yep.
They kind of do that.
They do. Kabizi is asking, were there any repercussions from launching SN8 without a license? Alex?
Well, I believe it went up to even getting a hearing in Congress and things like that. But at the end of the day, it was just like slap on the wrist and you go on. I do know that at least, if I remember correctly, One Shot Will was basically in contact with a commercial space transportation side of the FAA for that, and sort of like trying to get SpaceX out of that whole situation.
One
trying
thing-
to
One thing I
make-
know that changed is
Yeah.
they did have to have an FAA
a
inspector
person, yeah,
on site for future
Yep.
launches, which we joked
I-
about a lot in the SN11 launch. There was like a whole thing where it was like, oh, can the inspector get there on time? kind of thing. So yeah, there were some repercussions, but mostly, like Alex said, kind of just like a slap on the wrist. Astro Mead is asking, prediction. Alex is going to love this one. When will we see a double Starship launch? Alex, go.
what do they
Can we
mean by
define double storage? Yeah.
I mean, like two
Yeah.
Starships on the pad, 2 launches within a close proximity of each other.
from Starbase?
Yeah. I mean, that's where it's going to happen first, right?
And how close to each other?
Oh my God, Alex! Just
You-
say a
No, I'm
number. Say a
no,
date.
I'm
No,
also with
it's-
Alex with this. You need to define.
Yeah, right? Because it's like
Okay, well, not simultaneously. I don't think we're gonna expect to see that ever. But like, let's say within 24 hours of each other. Within a week of each other. Within the same month. What do you want from me?
Well, with the same month, I think like next year or the year after. Like, probably the year after, 2026. Within the same week, I'm gonna move more closer to 2028, 2029. And 2 pads in Starbase on the same day? Good question.
I'd be very impressed if they can actually physically do that. Based
Yep.
they share the same tank farm.
I'm gonna say 2026.
For same month, same week, or same day?
Same week.
Okay. I'm just saying that's like very different.
No, it's fair. It's
timescale.
fair. It's fair. I'm gonna say 2027 for same day. I do think we will see 2 Starship launches in the same day eventually.
I also think we will see that, but I don't think we will see it from Starbase on the same pad. I think it will be one launch from Boca and one from Florida, for example. I don't like this pad probably cannot support 2 launches on the same day without major modifications because they
but
would
2
need to
years
expand.
is 2 years is plenty of time to continue to expand the orbital tank farm.
Yeah. Could be. I think it will be Florida and Starbase first.
All right, that's fair. I don't know if I would call that a double. I mean, I guess that's a double Starship launch. I took the question to mean from the same launch site, but that's fair. Good question. I like these ones. I know Alex hates them, but I like them. Boo, Alex.
Well.
I'm here just like, okay, whatever.
Here's another one for Alex. Iris is asking, when Flight 6? Go. Alex, go.
January or February 2025.
Wow. That was a real answer.
I could have said soon, right? Just like you guys did.
Yeah, that's
on
not
the
a real
flame
answer.
trench.
That doesn't work.
Yep, I'm also gonna say Q1 2025.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it.
What do you say?
Same.
Okay. I think we all agree that with them being late November, like they won't do December, right?
I would be very surprised. Especially, like, they're going to need to catch the booster successfully, first off, for this timeline to make any sense. And then they're going to need to refurb the launch site, which takes time. And then they're also going to need to, like, safe the caught booster and transport it somewhere, presumably. And then look at all the data that they gathered from hopefully a successful catch. All of that will take time. And of course, again, if the catch does not go perfectly, that will change these timelines drastically, presumably.
Yep.
More questions. MacGyver is asking, can SpaceX launch Flight 5 sooner if they stick to the same profile as Flight 4? Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Go
it's.
on.
I wish. So this is one of the answers where we actually don't have an exact answer to because we don't know what the FAA clarifies as major modifications of the launch vehicle. Because right now the launch license allow for a launch that is similar in vehicle configuration and profile to Flight 4. So profile is one thing, but what is vehicle configuration? It's like we saw a TPS change on this one. Is that a major modification that the FAA cares about? Is the like everything dampening on the booster that the modification? Is that a major modification?
Right.
I like it's a bit blurry where you draw the line. So honestly, hard to say. And I wonder if that even like I will actually ask the FAA, but I wonder. I'm already predicting that they say that they have not looked into that yet because SpaceX has not applied for that yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's just my speculation. But I'm writing that email right now.
Marco, thank you for the super chat. They say, just imagine the giant tank farm they need to support a launch each hour. Yeah, no kidding. That's why earlier I was like, it'd make a lot of sense if they could have a pipeline. Ben Crazy Vision, thank you for the super chat. They say, cooler heads shirt with a Raptor 3 cooling diagram. That'd be cool. I mean, that'd be neat. Or something. You get it. Corey Lane, thanks for the $20. Very generous of you. They say, get some breakfast, Jack. All three of us need breakfast.
Yep.
I could make a mean breakfast for $20, though. I could make bacon, pancakes, eggs. It's a solid breakfast.
Can we stop talking about food?
Oh yeah, sorry. What's going on with the ship right now? Do we think we're in detanking? Is the frost rising, lowering, steady? Where are we at?
Going down.
Yep, you can see it. If you go to one of the shots of the like vehicle outside, frost is melting.
All right, well, that means detanking is underway. Oh yeah, you can even see right there on the booster methane tank that the frost is no longer uniform up in the top of the frost line there, which would indicate that they are detanking the vehicle. Hooray!
Email to the FAA is out.
Excellent. Thank you, Adrian. John Z, becoming a PadRat member. No, Red Team member. Greg is becoming a PadRat member. Thank you both for that. JC Davis, thank you for the support. They say, could both Flight 5 and 6 be ready by the end of November? What would that take? I mean, seemingly all they have to do for 6 is static fire booster 13 and do some sort of full stack wet dress kind of deal. So not a lot of testing to be done, at least on the vehicles, for Flight 6 to be ready very rapidly. But again, after they fly, like SpaceX operates on like a development cycle, right? It's design, fly, fix, design, fly, fix, just over and over and over and over again. So after Flight 5, even if the Flight 6 vehicles are completely ready to go, I expect them to learn some things on Flight 5 that might lead them to need to modify the vehicles for Flight 6, which could push timelines. Would you agree, Adrian?
Yeah. It's I mean, you once again get into the point of like it depends on what the Flight 6 will look like, right? Like they will most likely modify the launch license again to a situation that will basically say you can fly this kind of configuration and this kind of profile. So if they change a drastic thing between 5 and 6, that would then require another launch license modification. It's kind of this going back and forth as long as this is an experimental vehicle, because experimental vehicles will always, like, these kind of changes will getting always documented step by step. So it really depends. I think there's a high chance that 5 and 6 will be very, very similar, because 5 and 6 I mean, I think we all expect them to practice the catching a bit, and maybe even have some whoopsie doops with the first catch. So yeah, that's I think my general input on that. Alex, are you like, what's your license take on Flight 5 and 6, and like on also timeline? Like, do you think the hardware will be ready quickly for 6?
I think it's gonna be pretty much, sort of what you explained. There might be changes to Flight 6 based on what they learn from Flight 5, but also at the same time, the hardware will take a while. We've seen Ship 31 static firing. Now they need to, do the whole, because they only did a bit of the heat shield overhaul. They did not do the entire thing. They need to complete that work. They'll probably, also roll out booster once the So this is one thing. Booster 13, in principle, it could roll out. Once these two vehicles are destacked and rolled back to the production site, they could, in theory, roll out Booster 13, static fire on the pad, and then roll it back to the production site, to the Mega Bay, to prepare for launch. But we really don't know what a SpaceX will do. If they wait until after Flight 5, then Booster 13 will not be ready for launch until after Flight 5. So essentially after the end of November. So and that's the vehicles, right? Once Flight 5 happens, then the pad needs to be refurbished, and it usually takes about a month. I predict that Flight 6 will not be at least until like 2 months after Flight 5. That's at least my take on that, which is why I said January, February of 2025. Given that Flight 5 might be like end of November, maybe beginning of December right now as things stand. So that's my take. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing with a $5 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much for supporting us in that way. They say, with the paperwork delaying Flight 5, which now happens first? Completion of Tower 2 or Flight 5? I think Flight 5 for sure. Tower 2's still got a ways to go.
I think Tower 2, like, it still lacks a lot of the carriage for the chopsticks, like, in general, the railway for that. It lacks, if it's just a tower, but that will probably take a few more months. I think we are probably looking at a few more months until that tower is, like, fully outfitted. And then, of course, the pad. The pad is a whole different story because they still need to get all of that work ready for that flame trench. So yeah, it's a bit of ways out. Flight 5, hopefully. If it's not Flight 5, I think something went terribly wrong.
Yeah. Here's one from Sol24Alt. They're asking, do you ever foresee the booster landing on a huge drone ship initially to prove its safety and accuracy in landing? Ironically, no. I do expect downrange landings of the booster at some point, but that's not going to be what's coming first. They're going to try and catch on this tower, this crazy contraption they've built. That's the initial plan here. Remember, they did buy those 2 oil rigs, and seemingly were starting to prep one of them, and then they sold them again. So, as far as we know, there is no currently active work on the SpaceX's side for downrange landings. At least not that we can see yet. Go ahead.
I think. Just agreeing with you.
Good deal. Chuck Oak is asking, when do you think will be the first launch of Starship from the Cape? Alex?
Oh god.
No. Make Alex go first. It's the best way to do these.
Oh yeah, true.
Somewhere around 2026, maybe.
Really? 2026? That's soon.
Yep.
That's soon? You think that's soon?
I mean, for a pad that doesn't even really exist yet, minus the tower, yeah, that feels kind of soon.
I mean, given the tower is like the one that sometimes needs a lot of the time, maybe.
I mean, tower and OLM, right?
Yeah.
So, interesting.
2026, agree. I think if it's not 2026, we have an Artemis problem.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I know we are always talking about SLS and Orion, and yes, they are also watch items for Artemis, but honestly, Starship also needs to be on pace. And it has a very, very busy schedule for the next few years to meet Artemis demands. Like, they need every single month they get. And that's why I also sometimes get there. Like, I get why SpaceX is frustrated they're working on regulatory. I also get while the regulatory side exists. Don't get me wrong here. I'm like I understand both sides, but I totally get also why SpaceX is frustrated because they need every single month they can get. So I feel like there's always there's an understanding in the middle. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. Booster 12 is asking, when Starbase update? It's coming. It's coming. We're focusing on the full stack right now, but we do have a piping hot and fresh Starbase update for y'all as well. I don't know where that squeaky noise is coming from, but it's not Leica.
It's bird.
It's bird?
Yeah, birds.
It's bird. That's like grackle.
Oh, it's the
something.
grackles. Yeah, yep. That makes sense. Kevin's trying to throw me under the bus here. It's not Leica.
It's
Do I need to record a video of me sitting here without a dog next to me so that I can prove that she's not in my proximity right now?
I mean, could do that, but I believe you, Jack.
Something about your tone
What?
makes me think that you might not actually believe me.
What? No, I would never lie to you.
And I would never ask people to DM you spider squirrels. SVJ asking, does the booster okay, wow. I can't read this how it's written. Will the booster be like Falcon 9 and do a suicide burn, or can the booster hover?
In theory, it can hover, right, Alex? Like they can thrust enough, go down enough that they, in theory, could hover, and that's like they will go slowly into the sticks potentially.
As I usually say, the capability of doing something doesn't mean that it's gonna do that something.
Yeah,
Is
I'm
that- is it
capable
clear?
of. I'm capable of eating breakfast, but I've not did it. I didn't do it yet.
Let's not talk about food.
Yeah, but
Um,
I also want to point out I've never hear you say that. I just saying.
Well, I'm saying it right now. I mean, Super Heavy does have the capability to hover. However, I don't expect it to hover, and the reason for that is twofold. It's twofold, but it's actually intertwined. So whatever. The whole thing is that if you hover, you're wasting a lot of propellant, and let's remember, Super Heavy does not have a lot of propellant to burn. So whenever it does the landing burn, and if you saw the landing burn of Booster 11, if you remember, it did not hover at any point. I mean, it does come to a stop. It'll come to a stop on the chopsticks, but that's the same as coming to a stop on a landing pad, right? Does that mean it is hovering on the landing pad? No, it's just coming to a stop, right? Like, you don't call that a hover, you just are landing on the landing pad. Same deal with this. You're gonna get to a point where the booster is just coming slow enough that it just lands on the chopsticks with a certain velocity, maybe like 2-3 meters per second, and it just rests on those chopsticks. And so that's what I will expect, precisely because it's the most fuel efficient way. And again, Super Heavy does not have a lot of propellant by the time it lands. So yeah. The thing is, again, just being able to hover doesn't mean it will. Starship, for example, can also hover. The ship itself can hover. It does not hover when it lands. When it lands, you saw it on the hops, when it did the hops, and we saw it with Ship 29 as well. When it did the whole re-entry and then flipped and landed, it did not hover either. It does not hover. Just because it can, it doesn't mean that it will.
Yeah, because hovering
We'll see
is
what happens.
horribly inefficient, right?
Yeah. And once again, there's also this misconception that hovering means it'll be more precise. Just look at New Shepard. It is not precise. It is not a precise landing. Like, just because it can hover doesn't mean that it's going to be a precise landing. That is a very widespread misconception as well. Falcon 9 does not hover, and it's a very precise landing. Like, every single time you see, it's very rare for it to not hit the bullseye on the drone ship or the landing pad.
Right.
Yeah, it's always also a matter of requirements. I always see people being like, "Oh, but Blue Origin landings are not that accurate on the launch pad." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't know the requirements. Like, what are they even trying to let the booster do? You cannot even judge the accuracy because you don't know what they are trying to do."
Yeah. Adar is asking, when do you think is the first orbital refueling test? I mean, again, they have Artemis objectives that they need to start proving out.
It's planned for next year, if I recall correctly, on the Artemis schedule, because that's part of the schedule updates we get. Or was it even late this year? Alex, help me out. Is it late this year, or is it like late next year?
Officially, it should be early next year, but that was the timeline from like early this year. I'm gonna venture to say that it's probably not gonna be early next year, and there's even a very likely chance that it might not be next year altogether. I'm gonna not to be very pessimistic here, but let's be a little bit down to earth here. The Starship program, it's very complicated, and doing refueling, it's even more complicated. Every single big step like that will take a long time to get ready for that. It'll be, like light speed compared to the competitors, right? But it's a very complex program. It'll take time. Jack?
Sorry, I was yelling at Kevin in the back channel.
When you're not yelling at Laika, you're yelling at Kevin.
No, Laika is not upright. She would desperately like to be out right now and causing chaos, but her dad is working right now.
So sad.
Stop it.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Let's see. Stephen Daly is asking for a video
can I-
detailing the wet dress rehearsal procedure for Starship as we know it today. It's tricky because every wet dress is a little bit different.
Well, it's very simple. Watch whatever, before every launch, we do like some kind of recap of what we're gonna expect, like a timeline video or whatever. It's the same. It's just essentially the same. You just don't light the engines. So like cut the video at the point where we talk about they light the engines and then it lifts off or whatever. I just saw. I want to address another thing here. There's a comment here talking in chat about, well, what they need two starships, full stack starships, to be able to do the refueling, and that is true. But one of the things that they highlighted on the essentially all the information that they gave, I think it was April of this year, was that the mission is not going to be like quick succession of launches. It's actually going to be like 3 or 4 weeks between the two launches. The whole deal with that is that, well, first, at one point, Starship will have such a capability that it will be able to be in orbit for a prolonged period of time, like weeks, months in orbit. And once they go even to Mars, it's going to be like years, right, in space and whatever. So, but that's long term. In the much shorter term, if you can think about it, there's going to be a lot of refueling trips for HLS. They're going to need to be able to have Starship in orbit for weeks at a time. So by the time they do the refueling, Starship will need to be able to already be in orbit for a long time. And also, that allows them to be able to just use one launch pad. For example, they can use just pad A. So they launch one Starship, then 3 or 4 weeks later, they launch the next Starship, they meet in orbit, the second one refuels the first one, and then they both come back. They actually have that, like it's not an expendable Starship, the one that gets refueled. It's actually a reusable one. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they do that. And someone, I keep seeing comments, 10 refueling missions 3 weeks apart is a year of launches. That is, if you all launch all of them from the same pad. If you use 4 different pads, and you use, like the first week you do one launch from one, the second week you do another launch, like at the end of the day, what you get is essentially 10 weeks, 2.5 months, instead of a year of launches.
Man, there's really going to be so many Starship launches coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited.
You're tired of Starlink? If I saw some people being like, "Oh, you're so many Starlinks." Well, get ready for Starship.
I don't know that I could ever
tired.
be. I don't know that I could ever be tired by a Starship launch. It's such a crazy thing to see, no matter how many times it happens. We're coming up on Flight 5, and I've said it again and again. There's so many interesting milestones to come, whether that's a tanker variant or a human landing variant or a cargo variant or a crewed variant. Like there's
and NSF will do marathon coverage of 8 hours for every single one of them.
Let's go.
the funny thing is, have you seen this meme of like, it's another Starlink launch, and
Right.
it's like a bunch of cockroaches.
Yeah, a bunch of
like,
cockroaches.
dancing.
Yeah. It'll be that. Yeah, 100%.
It'll be that, but with tankers. It's another tanker.
I'm gonna need some of that. What is that? That like Japanese lemon tea or whatever that Das always talks about. I'm gonna need some of that to keep my voice going because I might start to lose my voice at that point, especially with all the screaming that will be associated with landing boosters and catching ships and all that. It's gonna be a hoot. Can't wait.
Yeah. Also, on that same topic, have you seen the comment from Elon about launching Starships to Mars in 2 years?
Yeah,
Like
I saw
5
that,
of
and I
them.
know a lot of people took that as sort of a classic Elon timeline, wildly optimistic kind of thing. But you know what? Whether or not you agree that it's even possible, which I do think it's possible, that's the kind of ambition that we need to actually get back to the moon and go to Mars. I think Chris replied to, I think it was Julia talking about that tweet. Basically, for our entire lives, Mars has always been 20 years away, and it just never gets closer. And there's always some nebulous plan, if even that, or notion that, yeah, no, we're totally going to Mars in 20 or so years. I'm going to channel my inner Chris here. Bollocks to that.
I think the best way to measure the actual distance is measuring the delays. Like you try to measure how much closer we got in certain time frame. That's how I do it. So if the message is like that launch is in 6 months, and then 6 months pass, and now that launch is in 3 months, that launch probably is in 6 months because you close in 3 months per 6 months.
Yeah,
that's how I see rocket schedules. I think. Don't prove me wrong, Internet. I think if you historically look at that has been a pretty good way to measure that.
Yeah.
You know, I usually tend to say that my reaction to those very widely optimistic timelines is I'm not in such a hurry as Elon, let's be honest. I'm not that driven by timelines and whatnot. So if they get even one ship or even no ships on the next window to Mars, like 2026, but they do a great amount of progress towards that, I'll be okay with that. And let's launch 2028, for example. Like if that's what ends up happening, I'm completely okay with that. Because at least I know that by doing that, we're gonna get at least an assured attempt at the very least this decade, right? At landing something close to Starship on Mars. Again, I'm not too positive on the timelines. I'm never gonna fully trust those timelines. I'm gonna be very, very open here. But I do believe that at least being aggressive, trying to get them as soon as possible, does allow you to get it as soon as possible, right? If you just put like 20 years from now, we're gonna land on Mars. 20 years. That's so far out, you're not putting any effort to it. That's the point of that, right? It's like...
Yep. Yeah, if it's 20 years out, you can constantly tell yourself or your organization, oh, no, funding issues, blah, blah, blah. We'll work on it in 5 years, or we'll start in, no thanks to that. We need to get humans off this planet in a meaningful way for the first time in 60 years? Like, it's a travesty that we haven't been back to the moon, and we absolutely could go to the Mars. What's wrong with my brain? We absolutely could go to Mars. I know people are like, oh, what about the radiation? Or, oh, what about this? Or what about that? Oh, it's a really long trip. It's like, we can figure this stuff out. We're not dumb. Well, okay. Some of us aren't dumb.
Alex, can you quickly address the engine chill pipe going on and off?
No, that's normal. They sometimes do some venting there to clear the engines and purge them. Because they get filled with the liquid oxygen and whatnot, so they just dump it.
Yeah, you don't want to have like residue propellant somewhere in your lines. Like that's the headline of all of this purging. Like having a bit of methaned LOX somewhere is usually a bad idea.
Right. Also sand. Don't want sand in your lines.
Also like sand. Sand would be very bad.
Looking at you,
I
SN9.
like sand. It's very coarse and rough. Anyways.
Marco gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thanks so much, bud. John Z upgrading to Capcom level. You get Discord access at Capcom level, which means you get a whole bunch more photos and content. You get all the cool channels in Discord, whether you want to talk about food, which we're not going to do right now. Oh, look at that.
That's the venting from the top vent. That could be almost
Depressed.
final
In the
depressed.
methane. Yeah, depress of the methane tank.
All right.
We might be very close to final depress and road opening here.
Seems like a really smooth test all around today, which is always good to see.
Oh yeah, locks also open. This is final depress.
It's funny because when I like about an hour and a half ago, I said in the back channels, I said, "Oh, I predict the fueling, the propellant load will end around 12:30 or so, and then the detanking process will take about an hour until then." And I did get very close. I'm not gonna be like I can pat my back on that because it's
I'll pat your back for you. You did great. Thank you for tracking this stuff because your insight.
Thanks, Alex.
Your insight is valuable. I can just sit here and babble on and talk about food or bacon or yell about kilts, but it's good to have some actual informed speculation. So thank you. There, your back has been patted. Tank Watcher Vince, thank you for the support. John Stark, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. JC Davis, thank you for the support. They say turn Sanchez into a massive building to store vehicles awaiting flights someday. It could happen. Wilbo Baggins wants my address so he can send a kilt. I'm not going to give that to them. Sorry, Wilbo Baggins. Thank you for the support, though. Mats Gosselar gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Extremely generous of them. Angry American explaining the origin of the kilt thing. Apparently, I did a poll on a live stream and added kilt as a final option, being funny. And a couple streams later, I agreed I'd wear one if somebody got me an ember or something like that. Tim Simmons, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Will B also gifting 10 Red Team memberships. A lot of support today. Thank you guys so much. It takes an entire team of people to do this stuff. It's not just the people you hear on the stream. There's Jay and Kevin in the background operating the streams, or whichever operator for whichever stream. We've got several of them, like Carson. It takes, an entire massive... There's people that write the articles for the news site. There's people that run the store. Hi, Adrian. There's
Hello.
people that run the socials. There's people that are out here working on infrastructure and adding new cameras, like Dan and Andrew. Although Andrew bailed early. I'm still mad at Andrew for that. So yeah, it's an entire massive team of people that makes NSF work, and all of the support that we get is so integral to making sure that we can all keep doing what we do to make this giant machine that is NSF work. So it's truly appreciated.
The amount of things that just since the start of the stream, the amount of things that have been done, that have been worked on, that have been moved by somebody, or are actively being worked on right now is crazy. If you're because we are sometimes able to see all of these messages and communication and everything,
right.
And it's honestly crazy how much is moving at any given second.
Yeah, when we're doing these streams, I have to sort of put blinders on, and sometimes I'm better at it than others, but there's a lot going on right now. We are working on getting Starbase Update ready to go in the background. Kevin and Derek are working on that. DOS is chasing the patch car.
DOS is chasing a few boxes. Yeah.
I still love that so much. Yeah. So
he's
again,
I can confirm he's literally doing that right now. I get pictures of other boxes that he has located that are not.
That's amazing.
Yet.
That's absolutely amazing. So yeah, I like, I don't want to make the streams all just reading out thanks and whatnot. And again, it doesn't have to be a monetary thing. You can support us just by watching our streams, and we appreciate that just the same. But the people that do choose to support us monetarily, I want to make sure to thank them, just because it makes all the difference. So Peter, thank you for the support. They're asking, why do you think the booster catch will fail? Swinging arms and booster falling through, or booster will hit the tower or not even make it back? Okay, first off, I am sort of expecting the catch to go well. on Flight 5. I know I'm being wildly optimistic, but I'm expecting the catch to go basically very smoothly. If it were to fail, I think the most likely outcome is they abort before even getting close to the beach, and it just FTSs or pile drives straight into the ocean. I think the next most likely thing is it hits the tower, and that would be bad, but
Yeah.
not that bad because the booster is mostly empty and the tower is extremely robust. So in the fight between booster and tower, I think tower wins. The fight that we have to worry about is the fight between booster and tank farm. If the booster hits the tank farm, that's real bad.
I think the likely failure is actually a rupture of the booster itself. I think there's a good chance that... So the booster is kind of built to have weight savings, right? It's
Right.
built to be light.
And
So
yet
I
it's
think-
still extremely overweight.
Yep, and I think there's a chance that the booster touches down on the chopsticks, but has too much momentum, and the chopsticks hold, but somewhere along this booster, there's like a welt line that fails, and like half of the booster just snaps. That's my prediction. And of course, as soon as it snaps, you have a lot of gas that comes out, and that's usually kind of bad.
Yeah. Alex, any thoughts before we move right along here?
I think there's at least two potential failure modes. One of them is the booster not producing enough thrust to land correctly, and therefore, becoming a crater on the beach. That's a very likely thing to happen.
Right.
Again, the reentry is very spicy and whatnot, so I can see, until they get it all correctly, maybe some engines going out or even blowing up if it really goes sideways.
Right.
And then the other is the timing when it comes through the chopsticks, how quickly the chopsticks close, or even the alignment of the booster relative to the chopsticks. Will the chopsticks just slap and move the booster as it comes down through them? Like, we really don't know how that'll go. It'll be very interesting to see what happens, though, and I think that could be a point of failure there.
Yeah, logical.
But as always, reality will surprise us with potentially crazy, wildly, unthinkable ways of failing. Because
That's true. Yeah. Taking a look at the roadblock there, still blocking Highway 4. Cars do not appear to be lining up just yet. Although we might have the first right here, unless they just turn them away. But yeah, keeping our eyes on the roadblock, making sure we have situational awareness of everything that's happening here as a part of this test. If anything changes with that roadblock, we will let you know. We do have a question here, sort of related to the previous one. Score Graphic in chat asking, why did they not build the tank farm underground? I think the two-word answer to that is water table. It's basically on the beach. You dig down any appreciable amount, you're going to hit water.
Yeah, it's digging deep in Boca and reinforcing that and making sure it actually holds. That's a lot of work. And also, does it help you that much? Because if there's a giant explosion, that kind of also removes a lot of dirt, as seen before. So, I mean, does it help you? Yes, you can help. It helps a bit. But I don't think, like, at some point you're getting to a point where you have to, like, perform a multi-year operation with foundation work. Because we see that right now on the Flame Trench. And is that worth it for a tank farm? Probably not.
So sorry, I was yelling at people in chat for saying the word downcomer. It's a transfer tube.
Down tuber.
The down tuber.
I'll take down tuber. That's better than downcomer.
The tube comer, yeah.
Wilbo Baggins wants to know my favorite color. It's orange.
It's very much orange.
And Ben Creasy Vision, thank you for the super chat there, saying, any chance the sinkable cargo ship is under contract for booster recovery, Flight 4 style? Nah. Ricky Nixon is asking, did they add the flight termination system before they stacked so they can just hit the launch button? No.
Nope.
As far as we know, there is no flight termination system explosives on the vehicle at the moment. So there will have to be a destack at some point to install those, right?
And an arming of the flight termination system usually implies a lot of safety precautions. We have seen that before, where as soon as they pull these, because if you want to be in a ready position to hit the launch button, as said here in this question, you would have to arm it, like hardware arm it. And that's introducing a lot of potential risk because, well, imagine that thing blowing up on the booster, right? You suddenly have an unstable booster with a ship on top that is about to top over. That's bad. And another thing is actually certification, because flight termination systems have the tendency to have a certification limit. Like a limit how long they can stay armed until somebody has to like recertify the harnesses and recertify all the plugs and everything, because it's a kind of safety critical system and you don't want to expose that system for like months there to the sea salt and everything. That's not a good idea. So there's probably also a certification limit here that they cannot just arm it and then wait for like years or months.
Yeah. Ziggy is asking, what's going on? Are they doing a wet dress rehearsal? They did some sort of propellant loading, not a full wet dress, but Alex, you want to give us a sort of a recap, top-level sort of view of what we've seen so far here today for people who might not have been around since the beginning of the stream?
Yeah, so essentially what they did is they loaded propellant onto the booster and the ship. You know, for this type of test, what they do is they essentially just go through a simulated countdown sequence, and it's essentially, you know, doing all of the steps until you abort on purpose the launch countdown sequence. It's a launch rehearsal essentially. For today, because it is a partial tanking test, or I call it that way, we actually don't know how SpaceX calls it. What?
You also saw that car next to the pad, right?
What car?
On the left side, there was just a sheriff car speeding by to the beach.
Really? Hang on, I didn't see it.
Yeah, 100%. I just saw a car going to the beach.
Yeah, 2 cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm scrolling back.
There's a sheriff at the beach at this point, and they have
more
opened
cars.
the roadblock. Yeah, but let's
road open. Yeah, so just to recap, you know, they closed the road, they got the tank farm going, and then they essentially went into the launch countdown procedures, where, you know, they loaded the rocket. We saw all of the OLM and tower vents becoming alive and everything. All of those sequences that are essentially, you know, you go into the tank farm spool up, you go then and cool down the lines that go to the tower and the OLM, and then you go into the propellant load sequence. They loaded about, let's say, 20% of it, because they you know, the whole sequence is like 50 minutes, and they went with propellant load for about 10 to 15 minutes. So about 25% of the whole sequence. And so that's how much they loaded. Again, it was a partial load. There was no evac. There was no evacuation, essentially. Nobody was, you know, sent out. And this roadblock that we see now clearing, actually, normally when there's a wet dress rehearsal, it goes back all the way out to get out of dodge for, you know, in the case of a very unlikely explosion, but, you know, just in case.
Right. We did not see that today, so.
Exactly. Yeah.
But here we see cars headed to the pad. The road is open.
That's, by the way, the best way to learn tracking if you're a camera operator. That's what we did. So there was a day where there was like a lot of fog in Starbase, and we just sat down as camera ops back then, and we go through the water there, and we just tracked cars going by. This is a track from actually Neat Pizza right now. So
nice.
There you go.
Good work, Pizza.
It's the best way to learn tracking here, because you basically have a tracking object every few seconds, and actually cars and rockets kind of same pace a bit.
Yeah. Tracking cars is in some ways, as Jay says in the background, a little bit harder than rockets, honestly. Everything has its own challenges. Another good way to train is to track planes. Let's do some more questions. Chat, if you have any questions, now's the time. Dean is asking, when do we think the first flight from Pad B at Starbase will happen? I'm going to say Q3 to Q4 of 2025.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna beat you. I'd say Q3.
Did you just $1 me? Do you even
Yeah.
know what that means?
Yeah, I know. I know some like quiz and stuff shows
All
where
right,
you
fair.
have to undercut somebody. I actually, to be fair, tend to not watch like quiz shows in the US. I tend to actually watch UK ones. I also watch UK comedy shows. I think they're the most entertaining one.
They are really good. I gotta give you that.
Taskmaster is an amazing show, for example. I love Taskmaster.
It's a little bit old, but IT Crowd is like one of my favorite shows ever. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I went right
look,
over my head. Sorry.
It's always the first tech support thing that you need to try is turn it off, turn it back on again. 9 times out of 10, if someone has a computer problem, turn it off, turn it on again, and it works. That's also the GIF I always post, Adrian. That's like team, team, team. That's from the IT Crowd, because we have a really good team, and that GIF is perfect.
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see. Davoho is asking, when full wet dress rehearsal? We're kind of thinking maybe later this week, possibly. Right, Alex?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at the road closures. I mean, there's one for tomorrow, but I would not expect it to happen right away tomorrow. They're probably going to be refilling that ground tank farm and get ready for another wet dress. And usually it takes about a day for a partial tanking test. When they fully load the rocket, it takes 2 to 3 days to do, the whole refilling of the ground tanks. So we'll see. I think it could be as early as Wednesday. I'm not saying that it will happen on Wednesday though. Might be, I don't know, like what, Friday? It'll probably be Friday just to mess with the flame trench and twist.
Of course, that would make perfect sense. Well, you know what also makes perfect sense? It's pretty late in the day. I think at this point we're going to push SBU to tomorrow. So you're going to have to wait till tomorrow for Starbase update. We want to give it a chance to succeed with the whole YouTube algorithm and all that. So Starbase update,
and also
coming
updating
tomorrow.
it with what happened today, right? So.
Well, yeah, a couple, two
sense.
things, did happen today that we probably want to talk about. So good call. Also, I do want to thank both of you for being on. Adrian, thanks for co-hosting and helping out.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Alex, also thanks for being on, good buddy.
It's been a pleasure, and hopefully I get to eat something before, it's too late.
And we also had Chris Bergen on earlier. That's always a treat. Thank you, Bergenator, for jumping on for some commentary as well. We also want to make sure we thank Jay and Kevin for operating the stream. Fantastic work as always, making sure the robots behave properly. And thank you to the SBL Ops for helping out to point cameras and everything. Also, thank you to the members. Again, can't do this stuff without the members. And, of course, thanks again to Anthony and the Rocket Ranch for letting us get that new camera position up. It's so great. Somebody type Ranch in chat. Get Nightbot to throw the link in there. Fantastic place to watch launches from is their outpost viewing location. There's Outpost Cam, Rocket Ranch Cam. We got to figure out the right name for it. But yeah, there's the Rocket Ranch Outpost Cam. What a view. Look at that. Look at that. Would you just look at it? All right, I'm Jack Beyer. I'm going to end this now. I'll stop the pain. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you on the next one.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight comes SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. What is it? Put that in the big bag, Tingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep that. Sure. We don't need any more of these.